Ding, ding, ding. Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Hello, hello, hello. Need to like the video, analytical. Oh, what are we? So, hello, beautiful people. Just like the video. Just double check if I have. I think I did before I came in here. Let's have a look. Yes, I did. Thank you. That's okay. Hello, Sarah P. Hello. Um, I I was resting. I was about to go to sleep. I was about to have a nap after dinner. I was like, no, I gotta get on. I gotta get on. Let's go. So I am here. We got probably 12 minutes before we start, but I need to do a few bits before we start properly. I need to close the curtains, put the lights on, go for a peep, for a piss, grab my coffee, and then we're ready. So there's no one else here except for me and Sarah P. So Sarah P, you're holding the fort. You're in charge, right? You're in charge. You entertain, right? I'm gonna be 2 minutes. Just fill up my coffee, close the curtains. I'll be back. Oh, hello. Sarah's in charge. Yes, she is in charge. But I'm back now. And Erin is gone. But we still got Erin here. Erin Taco's here. So Erin's on every stream. So, oh, I don't. Well, there we are. Nothing burnt down, Erin, Sarah. So we're all good. Everyone left. Oh no, was it people here? Oops, was it people here? Oopsie. That's sometimes the worst thing when people see blank screen. They're like, "I'm gone." Oh well. Do you know what I mean? It's all good. Erin will be back later. You're here, Sarah. Someone else is here as well. Oh, it might actually be Erin, to be fair. We'll just wait for Judge. Judge. Oh, that's fine then. Yeah, I don't. Whatever. Oh, Heidi messaged me. She's gone out on a call, so she can't. She might be here later, but she's not here for this one. Hopefully, some other people come. I got my muffin, chocolate muffin, and my coffee, and my lights, and everything. Just bought 2 artificial plants to go on my new wall decor. Being productive. Being productive. Now I'm eating some muffins. A lovely, nice, healthy salad. And now I'm bloody eating muffins. But I was going out on a date today, so I'm looking forward. Excuse me. I'm looking forward to this afternoon, the trial. This trial's confusing, so I'm looking forward to it. Should be good. Should be good. Right, we got that set up. We got this set up. Wait, oh, I need to tweet it out. That's what I need to do. This is where I'm useless and stuff for this. Yeah, so whoever else is here, just say hello in chat. It's more than just me and Sarah. There's more people here. And they leave. I don't understand. People just pop in for a second and then they leave. If they don't, literally, I think if you don't catch people's attention within 10 seconds, they're gone. Ba-dum, 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 dum. Right, need to go into my channel. Trial day 2 afternoon session. Right, need to go into my channel. There we are. Repeat yourself. Share. Trial day 2. There we are. Tweet it now. We are now live. We are now live. So I need to remember to do the post thumbnail without the trigger warning thing. for tomorrow. So it's going on for tomorrow. Oh, what did you say? 8:30 or 9 o'clock start? I don't remember. I don't remember what you said. Oops. Oh, 'cause Erin's on Central Time as well, isn't she? I forgot that. Hi, Kim. Back. Will do. We'll know. I'll set it up. I'll set it up all now for tomorrow because she did say it's gonna be all day. Welcome back, Kim. Um, I'll get the thumbnail ready. Um, where is it? Here, thumbnail. All right, there. Just, Um, no, get rid of the trigger warning. I'll just put it like that. Um, and then I'll copy, cut, and paste that in here. Damn it, it doesn't go automatically. Right, I need to go up. Let's get up. And then I need to make that larger. Good. Put that there. What I'll do is I'll say then with Judge Boyd. Oh, damn it. You know when you try and be clever and it ends up you not being very clever. Day 2 PM. I'll just put in with Judge Boyd, don't I? With Judge Boyd. Um, that goes there. And up we go. Perfect. So that's the AM. No, that's the. I need to put that, change that AM. AM, and then day 3 is tomorrow, isn't it? So that's day 3. Then share that bad boy. I can't do two things at once. I don't know if anyone's in chat. Apologies if you're in chat. And then I need to change it. Wednesday 6, fine. And then do it as PM. Share that one. Download it. Download. Check chat. Kim, tomorrow is this trial. We're back on this trial, Kim. So this trial, she said that the state should be resting today. Then the defense should start tomorrow, unless they start today. Hey, I'm back on chat now. I got set up tomorrow's. So how long do they need to deliberate and stuff like that? I don't know, but it might be over in the morning, might be over in the afternoon. I don't know. But it's nice because it's Friday, so we're not going to panic over it. And if it's over and done with, she must do some docket stuff. I don't know really. and hopefully there'll be other trials. So Heidi can't make it back. Spidey's not feeling the best. So I know we got Kim. I know we got Erin. I know we got Sarah P. I'm not sure who else we got here. But welcome if I don't know you, and if I do know you, why aren't you fucking chatting? And the judge, to be fair, they did start late. They did go for lunch late. So that might be why the judge has not started back yet. Yeah, they stopped it 52 minutes ago. So, in fairness, so we'll be patient. We'll be patient with this judge. It's not a problem. We can wait. Um, so yeah, I'm looking forward to this afternoon to see what happens. And as I do that, I'll be setting stuff up for the next tomorrow streams. If you see me right now, I'm doing two things at once. Never a good thing because that means I normally make mistakes. But I don't think it matters for this one. Don't think it matters for this one. Dee 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 dee. Dee. I don't know what to say about this trial because we're still a bit lost with it. So she said 9, so that's 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So we start at 8:45 then. I start at 8:45. Um, 8:45 for tomorrow. Let's do 8:45. Any further than 8:45, 8:45 AM. I need to click PM tomorrow, Friday the 14th. Ba-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Bum, ba-ra, ba-ra, ba, ba. Ba-ra, 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 ba. Bum, ba-bum, bum. Schedule for later. Thumbnail. Yes. Copy of Wednesday. Yes. Oh, apply it. Beautiful. Then that means she might have lunch break about 1. So that might mean that would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'll do it like 7:45, but we can amend that time anyway. I'll just set it for now. Tomorrow, 14th PM. Yes. And then the title will be this. To copy it. And I need to put that in there. Put that bad boy there. Day 3 is tomorrow, so change that to day 3. After this trial, then I've got to remember to start using Rumble again. Create broadcast. Copy and paste is a great thing, mind. So, I see, done a mistake already. I knew I had. Day 3. Save changes. Now I've got to open them now to see I've got the right thumbnails on them. Continue to YouTube. Day 3. That's perfect. Next one. View on YouTube. Continue to YouTube. Day 3 PM. Happy days. So that's us done. We're done. We're all set for tomorrow. I wonder who's responsible for teaching mentally delayed person about inappropriate. Yeah, I have no idea. Like people that are in assisted living sleep, no idea. Good question though, but no idea. We've had 13 people viewing here, but only 2 have stayed. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Come on, Judge Stephanie Boyd. I hope I hope they're not streaming without us. I won't be happy with that. Oh. Well, we got Kim here, we got Sarah here, we got Erin here, and me. So we've got everyone. And then on the weekend, hopefully Monday, when we're back on Monday, you'll see my new decor. I need to change it up a bit. It's hard because I need to probably get myself down like this and get all the decor in. Ah, because I also got my table's too high. So if I want to watch the TV, I've got to take my thing back, take everything off the table to watch it. All these problems, do you know what I mean? Oof. So I need a lower table. But if I go too low, then you're gonna see. Then that means this will come. I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough life. It's a tough choices I've got to make here. Like because I don't want to. Once I've set the things up with the sign up, I'm not changing it then. I don't want bloody nails everywhere in the on the wall. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Then yes. So I'm just doing other stuff now because I'm just trying to wait for the judge. Wait for the judge. Why is Bill Belichick in trouble in New England then? Appears to be someone. Team's ownership group is a bug fan. It's why the question of how is match reviewed inside the picture is a difficult answer. Depends on who you ask, the coach or the owners. Text Jones. Okay. Well, given maybe it's not far fetched. Okay, wants to say okay. Anyway, let's go out of that. I don't need to look at that. YouTube, StreamYard. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. This is boring so far, but I'm just waiting for the Boyd, Judge Boyd. And if people chat, I'll chat back. It's just more of a people aren't chatting, and then I'm just like, right, I'm gonna go on YouTube and have a look what's going on. Premium. Oh, okay. I'll watch that afterwards then. Oh, on that one, I'll watch that one afterwards. T T T T T T T T T T. That one, YouTube. Okay. I always open tabs because when I find something, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll watch that later. So I just put a reserve on it. Right, that one's there. Don't want that one. Want that one. Ba 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 ba. Ba bum 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 bum. Dee 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 dee. Do, 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 do. Oh, look at Emily D. Baker, 6.8, nearly 7,000 people. Jesus. Oh, and she's just talking about Idaho crime scene demolition. Wow. Well. Do you know who does well as well on live streams? Grizzly True Crime. She's got like 10k watching, 9.6k watching it. That's pretty good, isn't it? She does well for herself. I mean, I'm not sure I'm not a massive Grizzly fan, um, but she does well for herself. I think she's really good for people that are new to, to YouTube and stuff. She's a safe pair of hands, shall we say. Da, ba, oh, Coke Protocols data read. Okay, that's not good. Da, just trying to see who else is online streaming. There's not many people streaming actually. Well, not many people that there is probably loads of people streaming, it's just not loads. And then there's me there with 3 people. Whoa! I do the same thing. I have 5 right now with things I want to watch. I'm only watching you right now though. Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got one video, um, Coffee House Crime, that has got about 30 minutes left on it. I'll watch that afterwards. Then another one, Kimberlea. I want to watch that. Kimberlea is fantastic. The videos are just so long. So it's like the video's 2.5 hours. So I'll watch that tomorrow. It's about sorority girls. I'll watch that. And then another one here, Murder in the Heartland. So I'll watch that. And I want to watch Solomon's interview from last night. That I've not had a chance to watch yet with Flux or whatever her name is. So yeah, I mean, so it's a tough old life. I mean, yeah, I imagine you watch a lot though, Sarah. Do you know what I mean? I watch a lot as well. I can't say nothing, but I got so many things I want to do as well. Good God, sir, how do you keep up? So many things I want to do. Actually, 12 because I got Judge Boyd on the side as well. Well, I want to create videos, but the trouble is, I enjoy watching other creators as well, like um, Kimberlea, for instance. She's really good. Um, Mike's really good. I like Mike, and Coffee House Crime's good. But trying to squeeze all that in, I can't. Do you know what I mean? I don't watch I don't actually watch any live streams. Very rarely. Legal Vices, maybe. And I only watch Legal Vices if Chandler's not on there, um, which is rare. So apart from that, I don't watch anything. I should, but I don't. I hate it. That's why I like to watch a video format. I don't actually end up watching it all. Every now and then I'll go back and fall between 1 or 2. Yeah, I do exactly the same. I've got these open now. I bet you I might watch one of them. You know, it's tough then. Do you know what I mean? It's tough. But I always appreciate people that are here. Thank you very much. I know there's probably better streams that you want to be on watching, so I'll never be insulted if people go and watch other streams. Um, yeah, so I never watch streams now. Even like I'm a big fan of Peter Tragos, but even Peter Tragos has turned on me. So I'd never watch him live. I watch his videos back, some of them, but he's got too many videos out now. I just can't keep up with them, so I don't watch them. Um, yeah, I don't think I obviously watch the Solomon ones, but I normally film them. Stop it, Dylan. Stop. What's that? Stop it. What's that? I don't know what that means, Kim. So I don't know what that means. I love Peter. He's my number one. He's my number one. But he's just lately, last month, he just got a video out for everything. Well, I preferred when he's more selective. When he used to do like 2 or 3 videos a week. Now he's doing like 3 videos a day. Oh no, it's not bad. No, what I mean is, if there's other shows that you want to see, other trials and stuff like that, no, I don't. Also there are streamers people would want to watch. If you're here, happy days. Do you know what I mean? But what I mean by that as well is, there's only a small handful of us here. Other places have got massive chats, and you could, you might have friends there and stuff like that. I'll never get offended if people go, Luna the weirdo. Love her, but I wasn't doing Melly, but she really wanted to watch it. I was like, fucking hell, go to watch it on Vices then. Do you know what I mean? I'd never get offended with her going, and she's very loyal. Do you know what I mean? I can't stream everything all the time, so there will always be streams out there that I can't cover. So yeah, I always try and recommend things then that people that I like. Like I like Vices. Do you know what I mean? So, but there's certain people on there I don't like. But yeah, Peter seems to be doing 3 videos a day, and it's like, I, it gets too much. I can't do it. So I just rather Peter did 3 videos um a week, like in depth one, like 2-hour videos. I'd watch them. So I get lost with it now. I always try and catch up, but there's just too many. I don't know what I missed with Peter anymore. I don't know. But he's still my number one. Do you know what I mean? If I had to recommend one YouTuber for anyone to watch, as in this realm, it'll always 100% be Peter. Do you know what I mean? I think he's got a very balanced view. I learn a lot from him anyway. Also, like, it's legal, like things like Vices and stuff like that. I'm not a legal advice. I'm a lay YouTuber, so I'm independent. Independent. Jesus, come on, boy D. Where the F are you? Oh, I can't swear for 2 hours. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on, she's back. I'm gonna pause it because she came back 6 minutes ago. Jesus. Right, let's go back. We're 6 minutes behind, so I'm gonna take it right back to the back. Right back to the back, right back to the start. So we're not missing anything, right? We're going straight back to the back. What the fuck? Straight back to the start. Present. I don't know how I missed that. I didn't get a notification on here, but I did on my phone. Hang on, we get there now. Shit. I do like MLS a lot. I usually watch him. I just can't watch anymore. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Well, yeah. Yeah, I should have said MLS. Yeah, I've never watched him. I've only watched like 5 minutes of him. But yeah, 100%. Everyone's got their faves, but I can't really tell people about streamers because I don't watch them except for Vices. But then I don't watch him that much. Right. I like Emma. Yeah, true. But he does have good viewer. Like, he normally gets over 100 people for every stream, which is a tidy sum. Do you know what I mean? You don't normally have less than that. But yeah, no, I think he does well. And it's not always subscribers you got looked at. You got look at how many people are watching. Like, I got 1.8 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers, but we've only got 2 here, right? Do you know what I mean? So, and he's similar to me. He's only got about 200 more followers than me, subscribers, but he's got 100 people watching every stream, minimum. Sometimes a couple of hundred. Right. Let's have a look. Play.
2022 CR 1331. State of Texas versus Raymond Alejandro. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Travis Banks for the state of Texas.
Ruben Herrera for the state of Texas.
Matthew Allen for the defense.
Ruben Pisania for the defense.
And are you Mr. Alejandro?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right. So my understanding is we're to have a hearing on experts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state, call your witness.
State calls Samuel Abrego.
So the jury are back at 1/2. Just so everyone knows, 1/2 the jury back for. I agree, Sarah. It doesn't sit right.
All right, if you
I
take a
don't
seat
really
here,
know.
please. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record and spell it, please.
My name is Samuel Abrego, Samuel Abrego.
All right, state.
How are you currently employed?
I am the forensic interviewing manager at ChildSafe.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in architecture from 2006 UTSA. And I also have prior experience working as a CPS investigator.
And to become a forensic interviewer, do you have to have any special training?
Yes, you do.
What sort of training is required?
So there's primarily 3 blocks of training that you have to go through to become a forensic interviewer. Block 1 is called forensic interview training, semi-structured narrative process, in which you go deep into what that CAC of Texas model is of conducting forensic interviewing. Block 2 consists of beyond the sexual
I need to go
abuse.
back.
So
Hold
that
on.
is more in-depth training regarding to different types of.
I'm going back. I don't know. I missed that because I was setting something up. Right. Let's start this again. I missed that. We will catch up. We will catch up.
So have prior experience working as a CPS investigator.
And
Hi,
to
Mecky.
become a forensic interviewer, do you have to have any special training?
Yes, you do.
What sort of training is required?
So there's primarily 3 blocks of training that you have to go through to become a forensic interviewer.
Did I miss this,
Block
Sarah?
1 is called forensic interview training, semi-structured narrative process, in which you go deep into what that CAC of Texas model is of conducting forensic interviewing.
Maybe
Block 2
Kentucky.
consists of beyond the sexual abuse. So that is more in-depth training regarding to different types of allegations and types of interviews, such as physical abuse or training on the CAC is called 3 block
Special and
prior experience is
what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in architecture from 2006 UTSA.
Architecture, yes. Yeah, Mekiteki, I appreciate that. It's not that bad, as in there'll be worse out there. Do you know what I mean? Trigger warning, yes. I think it's we're over most of it now. But obviously, if you still don't feel comfortable, I fully appreciate that, Meki. But it's still a weird case. This is still a weird case. But he did say architecture for his degree.
And I also
The observation, everything that is required to become a full-fledged forensic interviewer.
That's correct, sir. I've completed additional trainings beyond that as well.
Do you have to complete continuing education?
Yes.
Oh,
annually.
good.
And
We're all here together.
do you supervise any other interviewers?
Yes. So my primary role right now, apart from conducting forensic interviews, is providing support and guidance to the forensic interview team, but also help train new forensic interviewers.
And do you ever, in your role, train other forensic interviewers?
Yes.
Okay. And how many forensic interviews have you conducted in your career?
Around, on average, right now, 2,200.
2,200. Okay. And have you ever testified in a case as a forensic interviewer?
Yes, I have.
Do you know about how many cases you've testified in
4.
as a forensic interviewer?
As a forensic interviewer, interviews where I've conducted the interview myself,
Okay.
but as sitting in for another forensic interviewer twice.
Okay. Twice. Is that counting this time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you keep any records in your position?
Of the forensic interview itself?
Sure. Do you have keep records of the interviews?
Yes,
Do you keep records whenever you like come to court?
at times.
Okay. And let's talk about the techniques that a forensic interview uses. Are there is there research or scientific, theories related to the techniques that you use?
Yeah, so I'm trained in through the CAC of Texas model, which is called the semi-structured narrative process. It's research-based. It was formatted based off of best practices on how to conduct a forensic interview.
Okay, and those best practices and those theories, were they peer reviewed or subject to peer review and publication?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is there a high or known potential rate of error
Error as in no.
when employing those techniques? Does the scientific community find there to be a high rate of error?
No.
Okay, and do those theories, the scientific theories that we've discussed regarding your techniques, enjoy general acceptance in the scientific community?
Yes, they're widely accepted.
Oh,
And-
and I'm sorry, just one second. Just to interrupt briefly, based upon what you all were, I guess, conferring about off the record, is this the person who did the forensic interview or no?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so is the issue that he's not an expert, or is the issue that he's not the person who did the forensic interview?
I mean, it sounds like already, that he would qualify as an
So
expert.
you're stipulating that he is an expert.
Yes, it sounds like it. Do you guys have a CV for him?
I don't have one on me. Do you have
It
another?
sounds like the real issue is how he's going to testify about someone else's interview.
All right, so here's the question that the court has, and maybe we can narrow it, because I
Yes.
always like to narrow what the issue is. So it appears that the defense, and correct me if I'm wrong, defense, you're not objecting that this person is an expert.
Correct.
All right, so the defense then is stipulating that he's an expert, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so the only issue is, and if we could get to the point, did he conduct the interview? Did he not conduct the interview? What did he do as it relates to the interview?
Right, Your Honor. And so what the state is putting this witness on the stand for is he did not, just to get to that point, he did not conduct the interview. A different forensic interviewer conducted the interview. She's not available for trial. The reason why we're putting him on, one, is to explain as an expert why it's important to have forensic interviews.
Okay.
And the state thinks defense opened the door to that yesterday in their questioning of Cepeda, suggesting that we needed to get all these answers quickly by someone who
So-
wasn't trained.
Are you just calling this witness to tell the jury what a forensic interviewer's role is and why officers have someone interviewed by a forensic interviewer? Is
Well,
that?
in addition to that, he did review the video, and I think as an expert can base expert opinions on items that they would find in the field. And so if he is an expert testifying about these procedures, this expert who has reviewed the video can also talk about things like the complainant's demeanor on the video, things like—
Was he present during the interview?
No, he was not present during
All
the
right.
interview. However, as an expert, the rules of evidence allow an expert to base their expert opinion on items that they would find in the field, such as a forensic interview video.
All right. Now I know where the problem lies. So, and I'm taking that as the state's proffer. Do you have any objection to the court taking that as their proffer? Then I can hear your argument.
No, Judge, I don't have an objection as to their proffer for that.
Okay. All right. So you may step down, and I'm going to hear the argument on that, but let's get the next witness. Who is the next expert?
The state calls Julie Vereen.
Right. And then defense, I will, of course, give you a chance to argue over whether or not he should be allowed to testify as it relates to what he viewed on video.
Thank you, Judge. And I'll tell the court, we're not debating whether Julie Vereen is a nurse or an expert. Really, the only question is the ultimate, is she going to come to some sort of ultimate conclusion, and what is that? So
All right, so
it's
do
very
y'all,
limited.
she is here. The defense is saying that they're not going to object to her being an expert. The only issue I guess the defense want to know is she's going to testify to what her conclusion is. And would this be a conclusion on whether someone is telling the truth or not? What type of conclusion are we speaking about?
I guess I just want to make sure that there's not going to be a conclusion about the veracity or truthfulness of it. And then also, from my reading of it, there's no finding of something that's consistent with sexual assault. So that there's no testimony that because there was no finding that's consistent with sexual assault.
There wouldn't be, we wouldn't be seeking a conclusion as to the veracity of the victim's or the complainant's statements in this report. The only conclusions we would ask for are basically in sexual assault cases involving only touching, such as this case, number one, would she expect to find any findings is what we'd be asking.
I think those questions are appropriate.
And-
Defense, it'll just be something that you'll need to take her up on cross on.
Yeah, and the only other finding or the only other conclusion we would ask her about in the report, it does state that that the history suggests that the history provided by the complainant suggests sexual abuse, and so we would seek to draw out that statement.
All right, and so that you'll just need to cross-examine her on defense.
Okay, just for the record, I would object to those. I don't see how that helps the jury in any way, that there's no finding of it. And then also that the history suggests sexual abuse, I think does go to the veracity of what she believes.
All right. Well, you may want to cross-examine her on that, but are you stipulating to the fact that she is an expert?
Yes, Judge, I'm
All right.
I believe that the state will prove up her
right.
qualifications.
So you can ask your questions in defense. You'll be able to cross-examine the witness. All right. And before I hear your argument on the forensic interviewing, where they're allowed to testify on that limited matter related to what they viewed, I will allow you all to formulate your arguments. I'm going to take up this plea, and then I'll hear your arguments on the record. So it'll give you a chance to get your arguments together.
Thanks. And just to confirm, as far as the proffer of the forensic interviewer, is it that it's things are
No.
consistent with sexual abuse or anything like that?
The state, I don't think the state is arguing that he even can talk about the veracity or truthfulness or anything to that point of the forensic interview video.
All right. So I'm going to take this plea up, and then you all can start formulating your arguments, and I'll hear those arguments.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. The parties on Charles Harris, are you able to switch over and ready, Diana?
No.
There you are.
And is this an application for probation or no? All right, this is not an application. Thank you. Court is calling 2023 CR 3960, State of Texas versus Charles Anthony Harris. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense? And are you Mr. Harris? Counsel, have you received all the discovery, and did you review it with your client? Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Harris, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, sir.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are waiving the repeater.
Any objection?
No.
All right, Mr. Harris, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with the offense of assault on a peace officer or judge, bodily injury? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses? Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him? Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense? Mr. Harris, has anyone threatened you, forced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison, and there are no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense? State? Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions? No. Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence? Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence state's exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
See how good she is. She's just finishing everything else off now as well. This is just a plea deal just before lunch that came up. She's a good one. The jury's supposed to arrive at 1:30, so they're probably there waiting now. And then, yeah, we'll be ready to rumble. Let's get ready, let's get ready, let's get ready to rumble. Erin, is Erin back? Or are we still using Erin? Or are we still using this one for Erin? Is this Erin? Or are you back, Erin? Are we still using Taco Erin?
All right,
Look
after
at the taco.
reviewing state's exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes,
Anything you wish to say on behalf of the client?
yes. My client has participated greatly in the homeless situation here in town. And he told me that he has a sick mother and he's trying to get his life back in order. He believes based on all these facts.
All right. The court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 4 years in prison, and give you credit for any time served. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what a weapon and what ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. How old are you? All right, it's getting to that point where you're in the twilight of your life. I can say that because I'm in the twilight of my life. I have more of my life behind me than I do in front of me, unless I'm planning on living beyond 100. Here's the thing, with this case, you are now going to be flagged as a habitual if you pick up any other felonies, you understand? And some felonies, if you pick those up and you're habitual, your minimum sentence is 25 years in prison, you understand? So I understand there's a homeless situation, but at the same time, there's a homeless situation. People do not like people trespassing on their property or trespassing on their businesses. There are plenty of places in San Antonio that are free to stay. There are plenty of opportunities. If you have a drug or alcohol problem, if you have a mental health problem, that's all available. Do you understand?
statement.
Mhm.
This handcuffed off. At the same time, I just had a daughter graduate, I missed her graduation, she's going to Florida State. My mother's telling me that she's.
Sorry to hear you, dude.
I did go down.
And everyone, just give me 2 minutes.
No worries, Judge, we can now skip it.
How forensic interviews are conducted, why they're important. The state is arguing to some degree, defense already opened the door to that testimony yesterday when they questioned Deputy Cepeda
Right,
about,
and Counsel, I don't think the defense is objecting to
okay,
his testifying concerning this is what forensic interviewers do, this is
Sure.
how they do it. I think defense, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to be objecting to the forensic interviewer that the state is calling testifying to an interview that he saw but did not conduct. Is that correct?
Well, both really. The first one, or I guess the second one in that instance, but the first one, just him testifying about forensic interviews generally. I don't know how, without the actual forensic interviewer here, I don't know how that helps the jury determine any issues. So I don't see how it's relevant at all.
Well,
for
it
him to just give
explains
general
what
testimony about
it
forensic
is.
interviews.
All right, with regards to the objection to the witness testifying what forensic interviews are, the importance of forensic interviewing, that objection
Yeah.
will be overruled.
Correct
so the
ruling.
state will move on to the second matter, which is the state would also proffer that same witness, which the state will note that defense has stipulated to him being an expert. The state was proffering him as an expert just on his forensic interviews on that topic, conducting them, how they're supposed to be conducted, the protocols, etc. The state would proffer him as an expert on that topic. And as an expert on that topic, I think the rules of evidence would allow him to testify based on his expertise and to analyze different items of evidence and based on that can offer an expert opinion of the evidence that he reviewed to the extent that that evidence is relevant to this case and would help the jury to better understand the issues in front of it.
Defense.
Judge, just one thing, I don't see his name on the witness list.
Samuel Abrego would be,
And maybe I'm missing it.
There was a second one.
Let me-
Oh,
I'm
no,
familiar
not again.
if he's on it.
Not
But
again.
I can continue to the.
Yes.
Okay. Just as far as him testifying to someone else's work, I mean, we know that there's protocols in place as far as an interview. He wasn't there. He wasn't the supervisor at the time. So I don't know
That
how.
objection will be sustained with regards to the forensic interviewing testifying what he witnessed by video of someone else's interview.
Thank you, Judge.
And then
Yeah.
with regards to him being on the
Cool.
witness list, was he on the witness list or not?
It's not on the one I have here. And I don't know. I could be miss.
Yeah, filed May 31st. We'll print it off. It's
Okay.
We have a copy.
All right, defense, are you stipulating that
Well,
you have the name on the witness list? State if you would like
it will be
to.
printed in seconds, Your Honor, and we can get them a copy of it so they can see for themselves.
I agree with you, Sarah. It seems quite inexperienced.
Judge, the state, well, we're on a little bit of a break. The state notified me they were gonna introduce when the nurse testifies her report. So there's arguments about redactions. I don't know if the court wants to take that up now.
What redactions to the report?
You're right, there was redactions made to this, to the SANE report that Julie Verino testified to, regarding any mentioning of any other incidences outside of the incidents that's at issue in front of the jury in this.
All
in this
right.
case.
The state has said they've redacted the portion that mentions any other instances.
Well, I have some other.
What other items?
So going back to the nurse, if I could approach it, going back to the nurse testifying as far as being consistent with sexual assault or anything like that, this.
All right, I've already made my ruling on that.
I understand, Judge. The Salinas case goes into that. But as far as the report itself,
It's unbelievable, isn't it? That's why you need women there, because
there's some things that
men
we
are fucking
don't
useless.
believe would actually be for medical opinion, and so it's just hearsay. I don't know.
And what would that be?
You guys have a, I can. Well, one, we would object that the whole narrative is hearsay.
All right, so which part are you saying is not a medical opinion?
Well, that whole narrative, I don't think is goes to a medical opinion, but more specifically, so we object to the whole report, but it's at the bottom there shows you make good eye contact or anything like that. I'm not sure how that goes, how that helps with.
I agree with you.
Medical opinion.
Never the
You'll
ultimate,
need to make your
100%.
objection at the time. But with regards to those,
Okay.
I can admit
whether or
that.
not it's a medical opinion will depend on how the testimony plays out and what the doctor says.
Okay, I
Yes.
just didn't know if the court wanted to take it up, but I'll make the objections at that time.
All right, thank you. Are both parties ready to proceed?
State's ready.
All right, we can bring the jurors in.
All right, to the jury.
Yeah. You need women.
Yeah.
You need different skill sets. They're obviously completely inadequate together. So you need to have more women that have better bloody so assistant GM. But I wish my husband would understand that. He seems to
All right,
think
everyone,
he's right
please
sometimes. How dare he think he's right sometimes? How
I'm
dare
sorry
he?
about our late start. I had
I believe he's not learned
a
yet.
couple of cases that went from the morning to the afternoon. And I always like to make sure that the court reporter has a break because her fingers are going constantly. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Samuel Abrego.
Forensic interview and also support services for the families that we serve and counseling services as well.
And to become a forensic interviewer, does a person have to go through any special training?
Yes, sir.
What sort of training must one complete?
So specifically, it's a series of 3 modules, 3 blocks: forensic interview training, block 1, which is an introduction to the actual forensic interview itself. It's called the semi-structured narrative process, which is the model that we are trained under through the CAC of Texas. Block 2 consists of beyond just this allegation of sexual abuse. It's diving further deep into interviews such as physical abuse or neglectful supervision. The 3rd module is a little more, it's a little more of an extensive training, more of an advanced forensic interview training. It also helps you prepare for testimony.
And in addition to the training modules, is there any like on the job training where someone would work in the field or observe in the field?
Yes, so there's an observation. Our jobs is very feedback heavy, and so something that we really benefit from is called peer review, which we gather. We have 2 ways that we conduct peer review, where we give each other constructive feedback on our interviews and we learn from it. We do it in-house within the CAC itself. We do it externally as well within other forensic interviewers in the state of Texas.
Okay. And have you completed both the training modules and the in the field training?
Yes.
Okay. And you're a forensic interviewer now?
Correct.
And do you supervise any other forensic interviewers?
Yes, I do. So my primary role is to provide support and guidance to the FI, the forensic interviewing team here at ChildSafe. Also to conduct forensic interviews, like you said, but to help train new forensic interviewers.
And about how many forensic interviews have you conducted?
About 2,200.
All right. And with regard to forensic interviews, are there theories relating to how they're conducted?
Yes, sir. Like research and best practices on how to conduct a forensic interview. Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with those techniques and those theories?
Yes.
at Child Safe, do you guys have specific protocols that your interviewers must follow?
We do. So there's our policy there at Child Safe of the forensic interview process and the flow, the appointment flow. But regarding the actual forensic interview itself, there's a specific model, like I said, that we follow from the CAC of Texas that has a series of multiple steps.
And those protocols that you use at Child Safe, are they also research based?
Yes.
Okay. And what are some examples of the protocols that y'all follow there?
So the actual model that we follow, it's called the semi-structured narrative process. The forensic interview is broken down into different steps. So it begins with a report phase of the interview. Basically what that is getting to know the child, creating that comfortable space and environment so that the person feels comfortable speaking with you. From there, we go into transition to what is called an event narrative practice. Basically what that is that we're trying to elicit an actual event where the children can explain to you step by step from beginning to end what happened, so that when we go into introduction of topic of concern later down the interview, that's the way that we want them to respond to our questions. Upon completing that, we transition to an explanation of rules. For example, if I ask something that they don't understand, or if it sounds confusing, that it's okay for them to let me know and I can ask in a different way. Also, too, we explain that if I ask, like, for example, if I were to get something wrong or make a mistake, that it's okay for them to let me know, correct me. Also, too, that if we ask something that they don't know or that they don't remember, that it's okay and it's important for them to let us know. From there, we transition to what's called truth to lie oath. We have them define what it means to tell the truth and what does it mean to tell a lie. And if they agree to tell or talk only about the truth. From there, we go into, for example, tell me the reason that you're here today. And we explore that by asking open-ended questions. So all the questions we ask are non-leading, they're open-ended. The primary goal of the forensic interviewer is to elicit a narrative response from the child, because research has shown that that's the best way to retrieve accurate memories. And so to go back, break that down, gathering details further about what happened and what the statement is. And then there's a closure part of the interview, and we end the interview on a neutral topic.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit more about like specific research topics on the topic of research. What do you know about like the concerns of suggestibility? How do you kind of avoid that? What's the research?
Well, that's one of the main goals for as an interviewer, right? To always be neutral at all times, to be non-leading, and to make sure that the interview is objective.
Do you guys use anatomical dolls or diagrams?
We don't use dolls, but we do use the drawings. Yes.
Okay. Why would you use an anatomical doll or a diagram?
So we use a diagram, we call them anatomical drawings, and we use them for two purposes: identification of private areas, private parts on the body, and for clarification purposes.
Okay. And why is it important at the beginning of the interview to ask if they know the difference between a truth and a lie?
It's vital. It's a vital component part of the interview. And we interview kids as young as 2.5 years old, and there's examples that we can give just to kind of help them grasp that concept. But it's by law, we do have to ask.
And is there any research about, how the interview instructions should be given? Anything like that?
They have to be explained, and the explanation should be tailored to the child's age and where they are developmentally, or their cognitive abilities.
And is there any discussion about like disclosure, whether it be accidental or purposeful?
At the time during the interview itself?
Or any considerations with regard to that?
So the forensic interview appointment flow consists of a pre-staff meeting before the forensic interview. Now, what a pre-staff meeting is a meeting with our MDT partners. Our MDT partners consist of law enforcement and CPS investigations. We'll have a short meeting prior to the forensic interview and discuss simple like demographic information, what's being alleged, what information is needed from the interview itself, and what services possibly have already been completed prior to the forensic interview. After the pre-staff, we begin the forensic interview itself. When the forensic interview itself is already completed, we do a quick post-staff on any recommendations or any follow-ups or referrals that need to be made.
When the interviewer is conducting the interview, what are their objectives? Are they there to elicit the responses, or are they there to look for certain things or to figure things out? How would you characterize that?
My job is very simple, and the way I like to explain it is that my job is to make sure that the environment's a safe place for the kiddos to talk and communicate. And second of all, my job is just to simply help be a guide to so the kiddos can best communicate their story or whatever they need to say or their statement.
Okay. And why is it important that a forensic interviewer specifically interview a child as opposed to, say, a patrol officer with no formal training in forensic interviews?
Well, first of all, we specialize, there's multiple reasons. But first of all, because we specialize in that area, we're experts in that area. It's a safe, comfortable environment. It's an appropriate environment to talk to these kiddos. And second of all, we're a neutral party. And another reason why is you want to minimize the amount of time that the kiddo has to retell their story, and that could possibly traumatize the child.
And I want to touch on what you said a moment ago about neutral party. Do you work for law enforcement?
I do not.
Okay. Are you a peace officer?
No.
Have you had any training to become a peace officer?
No, sir.
Okay. When you're discussing things in an interview and asking questions, one question that I'm curious about is if you were to ask someone if they were touched over the clothes or under the clothes, what is the objective of that question? What are you trying to find out?
You want to know if there was any type of contact that occurred on the clothes or underneath the clothes, if it was skin to skin, possibly.
Okay. No further questions past the witness.
You talked about you have to have certain training. Is there an accreditation process?
Not an accreditation process, no.
Okay.
This is more like I'm sorry, sir. It's
No,
more
go
like a
ahead.
certification.
And you talked about protocols and procedures that you guys have. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
It's important to follow those.
Yes, sir.
Now, every interviewer is going to be a little bit different. Is that fair?
That's fair because we're different people, so we have different styles.
And every case is going to be different as far as children.
Correct.
Some there's outcries right away, and sometimes they're delayed.
Correct.
Sometimes the child seems fine. Other times they're traumatized.
That's right.
Sometimes there are some children that are telling the truth, and some children that aren't telling the truth.
It happens.
Now, you talked about you're a neutral party, but law enforcement is sometimes present during these interviews.
Correct. They are. Let me further elaborate on that.
Go ahead.
In order for us to conduct a forensic interview, we need an investigating party present at the time of the interview.
And in your experience, do forensic interviewers ever consult with the investigator about
Yes,
questions?
yes, we do. And it's during that pre-staff that I was describing that they're part of our MDT partners.
Now, you did not conduct the interview in this case. Is
No, I
that
did
correct?
not.
And you were not the supervisor at that
I
time?
was not.
I'll pass the witness.
State.
Just a few questions briefly, Your Honor. Did you work with Nisi Hernandez at ChildSafe?
I did.
Okay. And is she a certified forensic interviewer?
Yes, sir.
And was she employed when you started in 2017?
She was.
Do you know when she left ChildSafe?
I believe it was it was last year. I'm not sure what month though.
Object to the relevance.
All right, what is the relevance?
Well, defense began their line of questioning asking about this person, so we're getting this witness's further information about that person.
That objection will be sustained.
Why? What are sensory details?
Sensory details are, for example, tell me everything you could see, tell me everything you could hear, tell me everything you could feel, those type of questions.
Right. And why is it important to ask about sensory details in a forensic interview?
It brings more credibility to the statement.
Okay. And I guess with regard to a child's memory, do sensory details, what do they have to do with a child being able to recall things, I guess?
It gives better understanding, I guess, from like so when I'm there and I'm talking to kiddos, it really helps me really understand and get a good picture of what it sort of plays like a movie and when it's being explained.
When a child is experiencing trauma, do you know if they're going to recall every detail?
Every child is different and they experience and they process trauma in different ways. Some kiddos can't, some kiddos can explain. So some kiddos can be affected by it more than others.
And to that point, does every child experience and process trauma the same way?
No.
Do you know who conducted the forensic interview with Jesus Leza?
Dionisio Hernandez.
Okay. Does she go by Nisi?
She does.
Okay. And do you know at what point she stopped giving interviews for ChildSafe?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
No further questions. That's it.
No further questions.
Is this witness excused?
Yes. From the
Yes,
stage.
sir.
All right, thank you. State, call your next witness.
State calls Julie Vereen.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. All right, you may have a seat. Make sure you keep your voice up so the jurors and the court reporter can hear. If you could state your name for the record and spell it, please.
My name is Julie Vereen, Julie, V as in victory, Ereen as in Nancy.
All right. State.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vereen. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Christus Children's.
And what kind of educational background do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing as well as a Master of Science in Nursing Education.
And have you had any professional training that would qualify you as a licensed nurse?
Yes, I am a registered nurse, so I obtained my bachelor's of nursing. And then I sat for a board, which was called the NCLEX, which I had to pass in order to become a registered nurse to practice.
And I'm sorry if you said this already. How long have you been practicing for?
I've been a registered nurse since 2014.
And are you licensed to practice as a registered nurse in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
And what does your everyday practice consist of?
So my full-time current job is I'm a clinical nurse educator in our emergency department at Christus Children's, as well as a forensic nurse examiner within the emergency department.
And during the course of your duties as a nurse, do you ever examine individuals who have been sexually abused?
Yes, sir.
How many of these examinations would you estimate that you've done?
Estimated close to maybe 800.
And have you ever had to testify based on those examinations in court?
Yes, sir.
By your estimation, how many times?
I would say at least 10.
Okay.
So far.
And I guess just to paint a picture for the jury, what types of examinations do you do on individuals who've been sexually abused?
So if there is a concern of any sort of maybe concern for physical or sexual abuse, there may be a concern or complaint. So I want to make sure I understand what is going on by obtaining a history. With that, in order to understand how to do my assessment, I want to know what happened, which will lead to my head to toe assessment. Typically includes a more detailed anogenital assessment, which will also help indicate potential evidence collection, sexually transmitted testing, and as well as potential photo documentation.
And is the purpose of this exam for any type of criminal prosecution? Is that what the main point of the exam is?
For me, it's for medical treatment and diagnosis.
Okay. And have you read any scientific literature regarding sexual assault examinations?
In my training and throughout the course of me being a forensic nurse.
Okay. And have you received any special training on examining sexual assault complainants?
Yes, sir.
And on February 23rd of 2021, did you conduct a sexual assault examination on Jesus Lessa?
Would it be possible to review a medical forensic record?
Is your memory exhausted as to the date of that exam?
That would be true. Yes.
And would your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
You gonna
Sarah,
Yes.
Sarah P on the ball. Trigger warning. Trigger warning.
Yeah.
I think they've only got one more witness after this one. She's a bit of all right, though.
What's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Number 2. What is that document?
It is a medical forensic record.
And did you? Who generated that record?
I did.
And how do you know that?
It is my handwriting and it has my signatures on it.
Okay. And has that record been altered or amended or edited in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Have there Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit Number 2 into evidence.
And Judge, we have multiple objections, but we could approach.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a brief recess right now. Remember my previous instructions, you're not to deliberate, you're not to do any investigation. Everything you need to know about this case is come from inside this courtroom. So I will have you all back at 2:25. Is that enough time for everyone or too much time?
Yeah.
Okay.
be fine,
All right,
Judge.
2:25. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
So they're discussing something now. She's a bit of all right, this witness. I think she's like a geek, but I reckon she's wild in bed, though. Glasses come off, she'll be wild.
So any objection to that page as redacted?
To the page, so going down to where it says general appearance, says alert, direct, we would object. I'm not sure how that would be relevant to a medical opinion for this person.
All right, that objection will be overruled. All right, any objection to page 5?
Yes, Judge, the entire page.
100%,
I
Sarah.
don't know how
100%.
this is relevant at all to a
Wild.
medical opinion of this nature. Lots of kids tell for different reasons. Why didn't you tell in the beginning? I'm not sure how that is relevant to a medical opinion, and that follows for the rest of it. Does he think it's his fault or not goes to victim impact testimony, so which would be.
All right, does anyone want, I'm not a medical doctor. Does anyone want to question the witness with regards to page 5 to see if this is related to medical?
I can do that, Judge.
All right, and I'm going to hand the witness State's Exhibit number 2, and the defense is going to question you about page number 5.
Yes, ma'am.
People wear
Ms.
glasses.
Green.
Wild.
Hello.
I guess I'll start with the one where there's an answer that's not see history. So lots of kids don't tell for a whole lot of reasons. What are some of the reasons you didn't tell in the beginning? His answer was, I don't know. I mean, how would that be relevant to your medical opinion?
Yes, sir. So sometimes these questions identify safety concerns, which may lead to other medical concerns and reporting concerns as well.
Okay, so it's a safety concern?
Safety related to maybe some medical concerns that would be reportable as well.
How would that, so if he said, how is him saying, I don't know why I didn't say anything? How would that help you in your medical opinion?
There may have been, and this is just an example, some child is saying, well, I could have been harmed physically, which would lead to a concern for medical.
Okay, so, but in this instance, it didn't.
That is what is documented
Okay, so his answer didn't help you in your medical opinion at all.
for maybe that question.
Okay. The next one, what made you decide to tell? How would that be relevant to a medical opinion?
For same reasons, concerns of any concerns for harm.
Okay, and his answer, I knew it wasn't right, and that doesn't help you at all with your medical opinion in this case.
It was just how he answered the question.
Right, but that his answer there doesn't help you form a medical opinion for him in this specific case, does it?
Maybe not necessarily.
Okay. The next one, did you feel better or worse after you told? The answer is in between. Same question. How is that going to be relevant to your medical opinion?
So same thing where they may have some signs or symptoms of some sort of medical ailment, feeling better or worse.
Well, so you mean physically?
Could be.
How would that impact someone physically?
And it could be related to as well if there was any concern for any other harm or anything that could have been medically concerning for that child.
Can you give me an example how that would work in that specific question?
I mean, they may have had an example was maybe they had some sort of anxiety and that's why they didn't feel comfortable talking and now they feel better afterwards.
Okay.
Or not.
Are you a psychologist or psychiatrist?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, his is in between. So it's going specifically to this, that didn't help you in your medical opinion in this case, did it?
Not necessarily.
Okay. How old were you when you told, or how long was it before you told? His answer was yesterday. How would that help you in your?
So sometimes children have delayed disclosures and they talk about previous disclosures. And so it's good to kind of know if there was any sort of other medical concerns in between that.
Well, this isn't asking when did it happen. It said, when did you tell? So how would telling?
From the last incident. So kind of understanding maybe the time frame as well.
Okay, but that there is no answer for that, just as yesterday. Into when the incident happened, would you agree with me?
How long Was it before you told its length of time?
Yeah, yes, so it says yesterday. That doesn't tell you when the incident happened, does
True.
it?
The length of time being yesterday?
That yesterday refers to when the child told somebody about it,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
Okay, so how does that, that doesn't help you in when the incident occurred?
Okay,
Is that fair?
that's fair.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
wouldn't really help you in a medical opinion, would it?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Who did you tell first? And he says, my mom. How would knowing who they told help you medically?
So in a medical assessments of children, it's also important to address safety for reporting reasons. And that is the reason for this in my medical assessment.
So this is for the safety of the child.
Correct.
Okay, which again, that's important, but it doesn't go to the medical opinion that you would give.
Sometimes it does address medical.
How would that address medical?
So again, a lot of reasons why someone doesn't tell, there may be some sort of additional act that may have happened that harmed the child medically.
But this is just asking, who did you tell first?
In general, I was relating to that very first question that you
Okay.
asked.
And I guess specifically, who did you tell first? How would that help you medically?
Depending on what their answer entails.
Okay, how did it help you in this case?
Yes.
He just stated my mom in
It's a
quotations. is what I
huge
documented.
technicality.
Okay, how does that help you form a medical opinion?
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, I'd argue, or I would object to argumentative. The line of questioning that counsel is going down is the purpose of the hearing of, I guess, the objections are to determine whether or not the question asked goes towards the treatment of medical, or goes for the purpose of medical treatment. What counsel is trying to get from the witness is whether or not those answers help, which is not what the standard of the hearsay exception would be, Judge.
All right, the objection is sustained.
Okay, I'll limit it. In that specific scenario, asking that question, who did you tell first? How would that help in your medical opinion?
It could be somebody who they trust, or, it was just the question he answered.
Right, but that doesn't, how does it help you form a medical opinion?
For a safety purpose.
So again, that's a safety purpose, not a medical purpose. Would you agree with me?
Safety could be
Objection, Your
related
Honor,
to,
asked and answered.
Overrule, you can answer.
So it's a safety purpose, but it's not a medical purpose, is it?
safety could be related to medical. It is part of my assessment in terms of even reporting concerns of abuse.
But how would that question, who did you tell first? Whether it's mom, police officer, teacher, whatever the answer is, how does that tell you about a medical opinion? How does that answer, not just specifically, how does any answer help you medically?
It may give me information that I may need to follow up on, depending on what the answer is. If it's related to anything medical,
Okay, how would it, I guess I'm not understanding, how would that relate to medical?
for another example could be this child may have said that they were harmed in some way, and that's why, or somebody noticed
That's not the
something
question.
that they were acting differently, and that's the person that they told.
That's not the
Well, if it
question,
was a
though.
concern for any sort of physical ailment, I may follow up on that based on that question.
Okay, again, that's kind of getting into what happened. This is just, who did you tell first? Okay, I'll move on. We'll agree to disagree there.
All right, are you finished with that page, counsel?
No, there's still more questions on there.
How many more questions?
1, 2, 3.
May I see? the exhibit,
Four.
please?
Yes, ma'am.
She's had enough now.
The next one is, well, the next few are actually really related, asking whose fault it is. Does the child feel that it's their fault? Is it the actor's fault?
All right, you can ask the question.
Okay. I'll ask in general about those, do you think it's your fault? Whose fault it is? Is it the actor's fault? How does that help you medically?
In some situations, there may be children who have thoughts of harm, and that's where these questions may come from.
But it doesn't ask, do you have thoughts of harm?
Not directly. Sometimes children may answer in different ways based on different questions.
Okay, and that's an area, I mean, almost anything could be medical. So I mean, do you think that it was all your fault or some of your fault? How does that answer help you?
So it may help me in terms of where that child,
I'm sorry, just a moment. Counsel, the
Yes, Judge.
court is reviewing State's Exhibit number 5, and there is no answer to that question. You said, do
There-
you feel like it was your fault or most your fault?
Do you think all of it was the actor's fault? I'm kind of, I guess, trying to generalize those questions, do you think it was the actor's fault? Again, how would that help?
can you repeat the question? one more time?
Sure, this one specific, do you think it was, and in parentheses, actor's fault? How would that help you medically?
Sometimes children
I would sustain
may,
this.
again, have delayed disclosures based on, for reasons I'm not quite clear on. And if there is a reason that, I guess, for that reason, they may disclose some medical information in that
Yeah,
question.
that's true. Yeah. It's not relevant.
The question
yeah, you're
calls
right.
for a yes or no answer. Do you think it was the actor's fault?
Again, safety related to medical, something I may have to report.
I'll just say, if I was a judge here, I wouldn't allow this in. I'm actually with the defense here. I don't understand how this fits in at all on a medical basis. Just my personal view.
Yes or no? So how would that answer, how would it differ? If someone says yes or someone says no, how would your actions differ if the person thinks it's the actor's fault or not?
I may have to reevaluate the question based on their emotion to kind of redirect them if they're super emotional, saying, you know, we are here to make sure your body is okay. If there's anything that that needs further clarification, or if I need to address anything in my assessment, it may lead to that.
Okay. The next one, do you think that all of it was the actor's fault, most of it, or some of it? Again, how does that help you with a medical opinion?
I'm sorry, I don't have the report in front of me.
It's the one at the almost the very bottom. Do you think that all of it was the actor's fault, most of it, or some of it?
Again, just a safety question that could be related to medical.
How?
I mean, fair.
I can't
I
think
mean,
of an example at this moment.
there we are. I mean,
I guess, and that's all for page 5.
All right, so with regards to page 5, the court will grant the defense's objection or sustain the defense's objection to the question, what made you decide to tell in the answer? Everything else, the court will overrule the defense's objection. So to the defense's objection to what made you decide to tell, and that answer, that will be sustained.
Okay. And Judge, the last one, do you think it was the actor's fault? There was no medical reason given. And it also goes to victim impact. Any relevance at all would be outweighed by the prejudicial value or the prejudice of this, apparently the victim saying, well, most of it's the actor's fault.
All right, so the record is clear. The witness did not testify that it wasn't for medical. The witness testified that she could not think of the reason at this time. The defense's objection to that will be overruled. The court is doing a balancing act. The court will find that it is more probative than prejudicial. All right, with regards to page 6, any objection?
No, Judge, if I could, I think there was a redaction that we agreed to, if I could just make sure.
Yes.
Oh, that's page 6, sorry.
All right, any objection to page 6?
No,
Any objection to page 7?
I mean, I guess the behavioral symptoms, that anger about what he did, again, goes to victim impact. I don't
Right.
see.
That will be overruled.
Okay.
With regards to page 8,
No objection.
page 9,
No objection.
page 10,
Yes, Judge, the diagnostic impression, number one, normal examination findings. It says here, however, the majority of examinations of sexually abused children are normal or non-specific, regardless of the type of sexual acts. This being in there, I'm not sure how it pertains. One, it pertains medically. I don't know if this witness has any research or knows anything about whether that statement is accurate or not. So it might be outside of their expertise. And then also, to reiterate, we believe it bolsters the testimony or credibility of the complainant and witness.
All right, that objection will be overruled. And with regards to the following page, I don't believe it's numbered.
I guess, sorry, at the bottom of page 10, the
Yes.
treatment plan, counseling recommended, needs further evaluation. I don't know how that helps with medical, so we would object to that.
All right, that will be overruled.
Okay, and then the last page. Again, history supports concern for sexual abuse. That goes to the witness bolstering or giving more credibility. It invades the province of the jury, whether it's credible or not, whether it supports, because there is no finding in the case. And so again, that goes to the Salinas case, that there's no physical indication. So saying that would directly bolster the credibility of the complainant and be a direct comment on the complainant's truthfulness.
All right, so in Salinas, that has to do with penetration. This is no allegation of penetration. Am I correct?
That's correct, but it goes into that it's a normal exam, and that they talk about, okay, the diagnosis, it supports sexual abuse.
And Your Honor, if I may, in that same section, it does state, however, the majority of examinations of sexually abused children are normal or non-specific, regardless of the type of
No,
sexual act.
he's talking about the last page.
Yeah, that one was.
No,
Says history supposes concern for sexual abuse.
Yes, Your Honor, and based on counsel's argument, that statement is in direct correlation with that section on page 10, indicating that although it's normal findings, that the history could support concern for sexual abuse.
And that's part of the reason why we were objecting to that as well.
All right, so my understanding is that this witness, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm reading the case law that you've submitted and I'm aware of the case, but I wanted to reread it. This witness is not here to testify that there was sexual abuse. This witness is just to testify to the interview she conducted. Am I incorrect in that?
That's correct, Your Honor, and that's part of the state's argument. The history supporting the concern for sexual abuse takes the entire examination into account, whereas counsel's arguing that because there was no physical findings, that statement shouldn't be allowed. However, the history takes into account the narrative that was given by the complainant, as well as all the answers given by the complainant during the course of the sexual assault exam.
Which is the exact same thing as Salinas.
All right, but in this document that I'm reading, it's saying that it can be consistent. It's not saying it is. And in Salinas, it says Dr. Kaufman was allowed to testify over appellant's objection that she diagnosed sexual abuse based solely upon the history provided by the complainant, and she had an exam which was consistent with that history. So my understanding, this witness is not here to testify that sexual abuse occurred.
Correct, Your Honor.
Am I reading this incorrectly?
It's saying that the history supports concern for sexual abuse. So I mean,
And the main word there is concern, Judge. It's not asserting a fact that sexual abuse occurred. and saying that the history was concerning for it.
All right, defense's objection is overruled. So what needs to be redacted is from page 5. The question, what made you decide to tell? And the answer is, I knew it wasn't right. And the court is having that redacted based upon the witness's testimony. So if y'all could
Just,
remove that, please.
if I can just have a few moments, I'll have to make a copy of the page.
Okay, yes. And then everyone will bring the jury back.
I guess, Judge, could I request a copy of the redacted version? So I've got.
Oh, yes,
Thank
they'll
you.
make sure you have that. Let's see the thought. Oh, no, you know, actually, you brought me everything. Just let me think on this one. Who is the defense attorney on this case? Let me see, because then that'll make me remember whether I wanted it to be. Miles Trail. I'm trying to remember who his defense attorney was. Oh, I remember it now. My mind is still trapped. Oh, yes,
So I guess the judge.
but you need to take a brief break to,
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
okay, sure.
I appreciate it.
Judge is going for a piss.
All right, I remember this now. This is supposed to be out of this. Because he's going to go live with his mother. I remember.
Judge drinks a lot of water, so
I feel like the little girl from Sesame Street where her mom sent her to get the milk, the eggs. I remember it now. My mind is still. It's supposed to be out of custody. Okay, thank you.
so yeah, I mean, this is just weird, still weird. I still like think there's something about this witness. I don't know what it is. She's a hot. She's like plain Jane, but she's still hot as anything. Not 2 hours yet. Not 2 hours yet. I can't swear. I still got limited on the other video though. I don't know why. And I'm still limited on this video. Oh, hang on. Let's play an ad. Let's see if we can play an ad. That's a good idea. So I've just played an ad. So hopefully people got an ad. And let's go premium, YouTube premium. The judge is not in shot. No, do you know what it is? I think it's because of my history, Sarah. I think I got a lot of limited ones, so I think it's more my history than it is. Like you got to remember, I can't just come back to green all of a sudden. I think I'm under probation. Spider Girl said that. She said she thought I was under probation, so I just got to behave a little bit for a bit. That's all. So then hopefully, and also I put trigger warning on the thumbnail, so maybe that's got something to do with it as well. Mekiteki, she's a bit of alright though. She could swing anywhere on my chair if she wants. Very intelligent, but when she lets her hair down though, oh, saucy minx. I'm infatuated by her. I'm just watching her swing. Way. Right again. Oh, we're here again. We are singing again. I think it's most of my followers are women, so I'm talking about other women. Like, the court needs to do better than these. Take the camera off the witness. I mean, I'm glad that the camera's on the witness. But that's just my take. I can understand why you would want it off, but I'm quite happy that it's on there. They're smiling at me. Like, you know what? Oh, look, they're still smiling at me. She's embarrassed now. So, normally I would agree, Mekiteki, but there's something about this witness. I don't know what it is. It looks unprofessional, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's just I don't mind it in this situation. I mean, if we had a like, I don't know, someone not as attractive on there, then yeah, I'd agree, get him off. But the judge is the one controlling it because she's pretty. Yeah, hot stuff, baby, this evening. Got some hot stuff, baby, tonight. Got some hot stuff, baby, this evening. Yeah, if she wasn't pretty, I would be like, get off. But it's a judge controlling it. It's no one else, the judge doing it. So, we got to we love our judge. Oh no. My screen went blank. Oh, and it's back now. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, jeez. And I posted on Discord and YouTube. Memberships are now most memberships are now running out. If people still want to be members, but if you don't, I fully appreciate that. That's all good though. Da, 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 da. I like that power jacket she's got on. Yeah, I'd like to see what's underneath it, but yeah, no, you're right. Very nice. Not sure what you mean is very nice, but unless you think she's very nice, Mecky Techie. Yeah,
Hi.
baby.
I mean,
Jury must be coming in. Yes, she is. Yo, Judge. Today's not been as exciting because it's just like,
Ruben, do you have the
Yes,
document to give to her?
I have, I'm gonna ask to lay the foundation again for it as 2A, since we edited State Exhibit 2.
I mean, you didn't offer it. You could just, what you can do, because I was making a ruling on
you
it,
can't.
you can just still label that
Okay.
as
Julio.
State's Exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Julio. Julio.
So you can just label it as 2.
Julio. Oh, oh, oh.
Yes.
Julio. Oh, 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 Julio. 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 Oh, 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 Julio.
All right, you can bring them in.
No, you've not missed anything. Hello. She literally, we've not really heard from any witnesses yet. So they've had to be outside. I know, but it went with Julio, didn't it? Though Mecky Techie, do you know what I mean? It went with Julio.
Everyone, please be seated. Yeah.
This is a medical
And state,
expert.
it's your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state is,
The first witness was, I don't remember who he was now, but anyway, they disregarded him. For like, he's an expert. He's a manager of like the woman who interviewed the child. Now his testimony, he wasn't allowed. He just could say what his role was, but they didn't get into the evidence. This one's a medical expert who interviewed the child, but most of it now we've not heard anything. We're only now started because they had to proffer. They had to basically go through her testimony. They wanted to redact loads of stuff. So actually, we've not done anything really productive. So you've not missed much at all, I don't think. Sarah P can say more. So, yes, there was kind of sus from the state. Yes, still sus today.
asking that state's exhibit number 2 be admitted into evidence.
Defense?
No further objections.
All right, then state's exhibit number 2 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And now, Ms. Vereen, redirecting you to the
She's
sexual
on
assault
holiday, apparently,
examination.
so she
Did-
can't
On
be here.
February 23rd of 2021, did you conduct a sexual assault exam of Jesus Leza?
Yes, sir.
And what, on that date, what did you observe about Jesus's condition?
So, oops, this one. The boss has spoken. Nothing important has happened yet today. Nothing. You've literally missed the thing. We sent Heidi back. Don't know why we sent her back. She's literally missed that thing. Like calling stepdad yesterday. Yes, same thing. They also, the copy the defense had, the manager wasn't even on that. They had to print out another copy. So unprepared. I said they need more women attorneys because these guys are fucking. Oh no, I'm 3 minutes away. They're not organized enough.
Can you repeat the question?
Did you make any observations about, I guess, how was Jesus acting during the sexual assault examination?
I have that he was alert, direct, polite, made good eye contact, quiet, and cooperative.
And did you ask Jesus if or why he was there for that examination on that day?
Yes, sir.
And why? What was the reason that he indicated to you? Why was he there?
For concerns of something happening to his body.
Did he tell you what happened to him?
He did.
And what did he say?
Would you like me to read directly from?
Not if you can just refresh your recollection using the report.
He told me he got touched inappropriately.
And did he? Does your report contain the name of who Jesus said touched him?
Yes.
And who was that individual?
Raymond Alejandro.
And did Jesus indicate to you who that individual or how that individual is related to him?
Yes.
Who was he to him?
Step uncle.
And did he indicate to you where exactly the defendant had touched him?
Yes.
Too slow,
what
Sarah.
part of his body?
He said on his private part.
Did he specify what that private part was?
He stated my penis.
And when did he say that he was touched?
I've documented Sunday at 5 a.m.
And again, this examination was taken on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
No, not at all.
Um,
You're not too slow at all.
and
Sarah. I just copied your stuff. Her penis, I know.
and throughout the course of the examination, did Jesus ever specify whether or not he had been touched? I guess, did he indicate to you whether he was touched skin to skin or if there was over the clothes touching or what kind of touching was indicated by Jesus?
I've documented under clothing.
Okay. And in your experience as a sexual assault nurse examiner, what does underclothing mean?
So typically when I ask that question, I'm asking about skin to skin contact.
Okay. Does that indicate whether or not clothing had been on or removed at any
Sarah's
point?
always got it.
It could be.
But to to you, it directly means that there was skin to skin contact.
Yes, or if I'm concerned about any sort of injury.
Okay. Um, why is it important to know whether or not there was skin to skin contact?
I had the opportunity to consider evidence collection. If there is any possibility of considering maybe like tenacious secretions, anything that may come from like saliva or semen, anything that could be collected to yield DNA evidence.
And you use the term tenacious secretions. What are those?
So tenacious meaning more like sticky. So again, something from like an orifice, like coming from saliva or some mucosal area, or semen, saliva, things of those needed for secretions.
Okay. And throughout the course of the examination, did Jesus ever indicate whether or not there was any penetration on this on the date of this incident?
And not that I recall.
Okay. And in a case such as this that only alleges a touching, what would you expect to find in terms of evidence? If anything.
The history,
I'm sorry?
the history
The history is evidence?
of concerning of what may have happened to his body.
Okay. But would you expect to find any physical evidence during your examination?
Based on my examination, I may find something. If it's just concern for touching, in my training and education, I was educated that our crime lab doesn't do like touch DNA. So if I'm going through my assessment, I find something of concern that may lead me to want to collect evidence, I may do that.
And in this case, did you find any evidence of concern?
No,
Physical
sir.
evidence?
No.
Okay. So what was any evidence collected in this case?
No, sir.
And what were the results of your examination?
Yeah, I don't think anyone
He had normal exam findings,
Okay. And what does that mean?
meaning that I didn't find any concerns of physical evidence of any traumatic or injury.
Did you find any concerns throughout this exam?
Other than just what he told me.
Okay. And did you make any determinations about the history of what Jesus told you during the examination?
Just that it was concerning for sexual abuse, sexual assault.
And that's taken into account overall the entire examination. So the interview with him and your physical findings.
Yes.
Yes, Sarah.
And then going back to the history that Jesus provided to you, did he indicate to you how long the touching by the defendant lasted?
He stated like 10 to 15 minutes.
What was he doing while this was occurring?
He said he acted like he was asleep.
And did he tell you what or what part of the defendant's body touched his penis?
I have documented Raymond Alejandro's hand.
Okay.
I wonder what the judge is thinking.
No further questions, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Ms. Vereen, you said it was for, this is for medical treatment and diagnosis, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On this, on the first page there, said referred by and check mark self-referral and LE. What's LE?
Law enforcement.
Okay, so law enforcement did refer the case over. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've documented. Yes, sir.
All right. And you also mentioned that sometimes part of your duties are to help collect evidence. Is that right?
Correct.
And you didn't do that in this case.
No, sir.
And you said, as far as touching cases, well, but there can be physical evidence from touching cases. Would you agree with me?
Depending on the nature of the act.
Okay. There could be skin cells or any fluids, seminal fluids or anything like that could be possible.
There could be.
Now you talked about the last page there. It says, and you talked about the history supports concern for sexual abuse. You see that on that last
I
page?
don't think so, Mackie. Don't think so. We've not
On
heard anything
page
anyway.
10.
Or sorry, well, page 10, yeah, page 10 has the normal examination findings. So can be consistent with history provided. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about the history, and that's what you're referring to is on page 4, the history that you have there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that history was provided by Jesus in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and you say the exam. Well, you say, okay, well, it has a concern for sexual abuse based on the history, and that's based on someone telling you that that they were sexually abused. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if someone comes in and tells you that they were sexually abused, you're going to have a concern for sexual abuse. Is that fair?
Repeat that one more time.
Sure. If someone comes in and tells you I've been sexually abused, you're going to have concern for sexual abuse.
Yes.
And your finding in this case was a normal finding. Is that right?
Yes, Becky.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that I think you said that can be consistent with sexual abuse, right?
With the history, yes.
And then it can also be consistent with no sexual abuse.
Correct.
Do you know Raymond Alejandro?
I do not.
I'll pass the witness.
Any further questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Reed, I'm going to direct your attention to page 4 of the report. When did Jesus when did the alleged touching occur?
He stated it was like 5 a.m. on Sunday,
Okay, and what was the date of that Sunday?
February 21st, 2021.
And again, this report was created on February 23rd of 2021?
Yes, sir.
So 2 days had passed.
Correct.
And then I'm going to direct your attention further to page 6 of the report. Do you ask examinees whether or not they have bathed or showered?
Yes.
And in this report, does it indicate whether or not Jesus had answered whether he had bathed or showered?
Yes.
And how many times?
2.
So in a situation such as this, where 2 days have passed since the alleged act and a complainant has showered or bathed multiple times, would you expect to find any physical evidence during the sexual assault examination?
Not necessarily. And again, in my training, I've been educated that our crime lab doesn't do any touch DNA, and the child is able to give me some sort of sensory act. And so that's the history provided.
And what do you mean by sensory evidence or sensory detail?
Like the mention of touch.
Okay. Did he ever allege whether either himself or the defendant had ejaculated during this incident?
I have no documented.
Okay. And did he ever make any allegations of whether or not the defendant put his mouth on Jesus, or Jesus put his mouth on the defendant?
He did not say that.
Okay. So would you expect to find any saliva or seminal evidence in this case?
No, not based on that history.
Okay. And counsel asked you or brought to your attention that your report indicated there was normal examination findings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what about how are I guess in general sexually abused children? I'm sorry, I'm trying to word this question properly, but do the majority of sexual assault examinations involving children result in normal findings?
They could be,
Okay. And what does a normal finding mean?
meaning I didn't find any evidence of concerning trauma to the area of concern.
But taking into account that there was a normal examination finding, there could still be a concerning history for this complainant.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. And if you leave that exhibit with the court reporter, please.
Yes.
Yeah, no, jury trial. This
State,
is
call your
like,
next witness.
It calls investigator Rachel Salazar.
why this kid would give such yeah. What? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's true. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to bribe, like this people speculate. Maybe he was trying to get some money out of the guy, but he said no. But we don't know. I mean, who? It's not up to the defense to do it. We don't know what people think as kids.
See here.
I don't remember. Hello. I don't know. But as a
Can you raise your
juror,
right hand?
what are you thinking right
You
now? I
solemnly
mean,
swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, and please spell your last name.
Rachel Salazar, Salazar.
State.
Afternoon. Investigator Salazar, how are you currently employed?
I work with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you worked for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
over 20 years now.
And do you have to have any special training to become a detective?
Yes, sir. So to become a detective, you have to be on patrol at least for 2 years. There's a test you have to take. You have to pass a screening board, and then they promote you in order of your ranking on the board.
Okay. And what unit do you work in as a detective?
Specifically, I work in SVU, Child Safe.
Okay, the Child Safe unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many detectives are in that unit?
Currently 4.
Okay. And so do you handle cases that involve indecent touching?
Yes, sir.
Do you handle cases involving child victims?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you get a case that it's your job to investigate, do they always come to you the same way?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What are some of the
Yeah.
ways that a case might come across your desk?
So in my particular unit, we work differently than, for example, other law enforcement organizations. Some just get their cases assigned to them. We do get our cases assigned to us if it comes in from, for example, another agency who's
like this is where it becomes interesting because Mackie, I get it, but then I agree with Sarah. If you're going off of evidence, there's not really any. There's nothing to show it. You grew up in Texas, we know a certain way. Our culture doesn't lie about shit like this. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got different experiences. I think yesterday got, people showed different experiences and different views on this. So, but I go back to what Sarah said. I think she said it perfectly. If you're going off of evidence, there's not really any. I'm not sure what the jury can do with this one.
transferred a
Don't think I
case.
could.
But oftentimes we do get cases where we have a victim, whether it's a active outcry, an active incident, something has just happened, or the victim is making an outcry to a teacher, parent, something like that.
in which case, you have the caretaker who's calling in the report, our patrolman goes out, and then they call out over the radio specifically requesting a child safe investigator so that they can get the case assigned.
Okay. And so like you mentioned, when maybe a patrol officer goes out and they've gotten dispatched to a location and they get a report for something inappropriate like that, would a case like that come to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever become involved with an indecent contact
Yeah.
or indecency with a child by contact case involving Raymond Alejandro Jr.?
Yes.
Do you know Mr. Alejandro's date of birth?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
Would it refresh your memory to be able to look at your report?
Absolutely.
Yep. It's a essay, yeah. But there's no. It goes back to the defendant being
Yes.
innocent unless proven guilty, and I don't see how they proven him
What is marked states
guilty yet anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall or can you refresh your recollection as to Mr. Alejandro's date of birth?
Yes, sir. It's April 21st of 1998.
Thank you. And do you recall how you became involved with this case?
Well, reading back, it appears that a patrolman was sent out to the location and then basically requested an investigator over the radio, at which point I answered.
Okay. So in your job, it's possible that you can be requested to help out with a case and you would immediately go and assist.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And cases like this, are they quick cases and easy cases to develop, or do they take time?
No, they take time.
Okay. And what would be the first step when you want to start working on a case like this? What do you need to make sure is done first?
So this particular case, or I guess a case like this, it just kind of depends on what's going on, but this particular case involved touching. So the first thing is going to be to determine whether or not the incident had occurred within 120 hours, if the incident potentially involved any type of physical action or biological fluids, in which case we'd have to have an acute SANE done. If not, then the very first step would be to get our child victim in for a forensic interview.
Okay. And why is it important to have somebody go to a forensic interviewer rather than just having the patrol officer show up at the scene and start asking questions?
Number one, first and foremost, we don't want to traumatize our victims. We don't want to re-traumatize our victims. They've already made an outcry, made a disclosure to a trusted adult. Our officers can very easily gather the information from that trusted adult without re-traumatizing that child. Additionally, police officers, I'm also a mother, in conversation, we talk in a certain way and we ask questions in a certain way. The questions that we ask tend to be kind of leading. We kind of give answers as we're asking questions. And when we're working one of these cases, we want the child victim to speak with a forensic interviewer. They're specially trained to deal with children. That's all they do is deal with children who've been a victim of some type of physical, sexual abuse, potentially a witness to a traumatic event. Additionally, our child victim, we want them to be able to have that discussion with a forensic interviewer who's asking their questions in an open-ended manner and allowing that child victim to recount the events of what occurred to them in a way that's unique to that child victim and the way that they experienced those events.
Okay. And I think you mentioned briefly that there's some training. Is there special training for a forensic interviewer?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. And after the forensic interview, or actually you mentioned sometimes you have a SANE exam, sometimes you might not. What is a SANE exam?
It's a sexual assault nurse exam.
Okay.
And sometimes we'll have an acute SANE exam where we've had potential biological fluid or some type of physical evidence that would potentially be there and need to be collected within 120 hours. But there's also non-acute SANE exam.
But this is the inconsistency, Kim, because he said they shared a room, but the mother said that they didn't share a room. That's the inconsistencies in all of this. Like, they can't even get that right. I don't know, Ethan Couch. Fantastic judge, though.
Times where they go in and they speak to a
Fantastic
nurse or a
judge, Kelly.
doctor just to kind of discuss what happened to them in their body to ensure that they feel safe and that they know that their body's okay. So the nurse doctors will check them.
Okay. Do you recall if a forensic interview was conducted in this case specifically?
Yes, sir.
Was a SANE exam conducted in this case specifically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you review the findings of the SANE exam?
Yes, sir. I would have done that as part of my investigation.
And is it also part of your investigation to review the forensic interview?
Absolutely.
Do you review all the evidence?
By all the evidence, what do you mean?
Whenever there's evidence collected in a case, would you review all of it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know if there was a video recorded of the forensic interview?
Yes, sir.
And did you watch the video?
The mother said, the boy said they slept in the same room. The mother said he slept on the couch. That's what's confusing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know where they conduct the interviews?
Yes, sir. Chelsea.
Whenever they conduct those interviews, is it like a one-on-one interview or something different?
No, it's a one-on-one interview.
Okay. And did in the SANE exam and in the forensic interview, did Jesus talk about the alleged acts?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
All right, the answer will be either yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you think any leading questions were asked by the interviewer?
Objection, Judge. We had this hearing.
All right, no. What is your objection?
It's hearsay. It
It's
calls for
sustained.
hearsay.
Hi, Lou. These state guys love pushing the boundaries.
Did you, as part of your investigation, do you ever reach out to the person who is alleged to have committed the inappropriate touching?
Yes, sir.
Did you reach out to that person in this case?
So if I remember correctly and refreshing my memory from my report, attempts were made. However, we were unable to locate him. We were not given any information on, where he may be residing, telephone number, any contact information. So we really didn't have anything to start in our search for him.
Okay. Is it normal if you can't find a suspect to just wait indefinitely, or go ahead and you may answer?
No, sir, absolutely not.
Okay.
But the parents had his number, knew where he was.
In reviewing the evidence of the SANE exam, the interviews, all documentation for this case, did you think that Mr. Lesa's accounts were consistent or inconsistent?
Objection, bolstering.
Sustained.
And based on your investigation, after you reviewed all the evidence, the forensic interview, the SANE exam, all accounts that you were aware of, did you proceed with any formal charges against Mr. Alejandro?
Yes, sir, I did.
And after reviewing that evidence, did you think there was enough evidence to support those formal charges?
Objection, relevance.
Overrule.
And what charge? Okay. And sorry, you may answer. I don't know if I heard your answer.
She answered.
Okay. And what charge did you go ahead and charge Mr. Alejandro with?
I believe we charged him with indecency with a child by contact.
Okay. And your decision to charge him with that, what was it based on fully?
It was based on my victim's consistent and repeated outcries.
Okay.
Objection, Judge Bolstering, we'd ask for that testimony to be stricken.
All right, the objection is untimely.
Did she just
She
answer it?
answered it.
The
the question.
The question didn't call for that answer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the last answer that you heard is to be disregarded.
No further questions past the witness.
Defense?
I want to make sure I'm right. Investigator Salazar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Investigator Salazar, would you agree with me the best time to try to collect evidence in a case is immediately after it happens?
It depends on the type of evidence, sir.
Okay, so specifically in this case, you mentioned within 120 hours. What kind of evidence are you talking about there?
Well, we're talking any type of DNA evidence within 120 hours.
All right. So again, the sooner the better to try to at least make an attempt to collect that evidence. Is that fair?
So the 120 hours actually comes from the timeline that the child victim makes a disclosure. So for example, something happens to the child victim today, which would be a Thursday, but they don't make the disclosure until Monday. That's still within the 120 hours. So we would send them for an exam. That's where the 120 hours comes from.
All right, and you say send them for the exam again to also try to collect any type of DNA or fluid or any evidence at all.
Yes, sir. Off of their body. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you mentioned, when an officer or yourself as an investigator go out, when you go out to this call, one of your priorities is you don't want to re-traumatize the victim. Is that right?
Absolutely.
That you go out there and that's part of your thought process. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Now you mentioned trying to get a hold. Well, let me take you to, you eventually got a written statement from Miss Regina Garza. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
It took you a little while to get that statement. You had to try to make repeated contacts. Is that right?
I can go back in my report.
Yeah,
Would you mind?
feel free to.
Thank you.
I believe it'll be on page 6, but feel free to take your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh.
Would you agree with me that it can be important in cases like this to speak to the person who's accused?
Oh, Lou,
Yes,
just in a
sir.
question. I don't know.
Okay. And
No, Lee.
again, you never
think
interviewed
so.
Raymond Alejandro. Is that right?
Oh no, actually, yeah.
Okay. Now, you said attempts were made, but really you couldn't even start the search because you couldn't get any information. Is that
Exactly. Yes, sir.
okay? And
There is, yeah.
you asked Miss Garza and the family for a phone number.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You asked them for an address.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Basically, you asked them for any help to try to get a hold of Raymond. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And you were unable to get any help to even start that process.
Yes, sir.
That's bad. They knew his number. They knew where he was. And Lou, there is this sentencing and also financial.
I'll pass the witness.
I don't remember how much it was though.
Briefly, Your Honor, in a case like this, where there's 2 days of elapsed time from the alleged touching,
Mhm.
the complainant claims they've taken a shower twice since then. Would you expect to find DNA evidence?
No, sir. And to be completely frank, there's most of our cases, regardless of the time frame, it's very rare that we actually get physical evidence. And or if we do get physical evidence, a lot of times the evidence collected is not sufficient enough to run a DNA profile. So a lot of times it's not abnormal not to have evidence, especially in a case where we just have touching.
Okay. And in a case like this, if let's say hypothetically,
On my list, Sarah, on my list.
not this case, but you know, if you've got enough to charge, right? And you haven't talked to the accused yet. And you go ahead and talk to the accused and they say, I didn't do it. Would you just not would you not charge because they told you a contradictory story?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. No further questions.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
The state rests.
They rest now, yeah. The problem is,
And
right,
if you'll leave that with the court reporter. Thank
is if you put motions
All right,
aside,
defense.
Judge, if we could take up a matter outside the presence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a break. We will be back at 3:35. Remember my instructions. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from in.
if you put everything aside and don't bring any emotion to this, or you thinking about, well, I don't think a kid will lie and stuff. Well, you're just looking at pure evidence. I've not seen anything. You know, it's horrible to talk about it, but it's how are you going to get this guy being guilty? I mean, there's just too many inconsistencies here. That didn't have his phone number. Well, they did because they phoned. They knew where he was with his other brother. He said the victim said they slept in the same room. The mother said they didn't sleep in the same room. There's just too many inconsistencies, in my opinion.
Inside the courtroom. Right? Everyone, please rise for the jurors. Donna, this time I think they are leaving the door. Thank you. All right, defense.
Judge, at this time, the state is rested, would make a motion for a directed verdict based on the state failing to prove each and every element of the offense.
All right, that'll be denied. Defense, do you have any witnesses?
If I could just get 2 minutes and I.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Oh, the jury
Yeah.
will be back at 3:35.
Okay.
So you all have till 3:35. And
That's true as well.
if you want to discuss things in the courtroom, then I'll have the state step out.
Okay.
State,
Yes, Your Honor.
if you all could step out, I believe defense wants to discuss some things with his client.
Yes.
Oh, so this is this is what gets me. I just don't want to like disbelieve the kid, but it's like all the lies, all the inconsistencies, nothing's straight here. Do you know what I mean? They've all been contradicted. It's a weird one. Hi, David. Oh, it's Raymond Alejandro. Raymond Alejandro. It's a essay. It's an essay trial. So I don't know. I just when you put all the evidence together, there is no evidence. It just, as far as just so many inconsistencies here. I'm surprised the judge denied it straight off. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. So we'll see if he. I don't think he needs to take the in pro. In pro. No, I don't. Well, I don't know. I think this is a completely different one. It's a smaller one. Very weird, yes. The mum and son have different stories on the phone room, when it was, etc. Too much doubt. I hate to say it, but yeah, Julie, you're right. You know, you want to believe him as the victim, but it's oh, MLS. I know which one you mean. I know which you mean. No, it's that's the no, it's not that one. I know which one you mean now. No. That one, I've seen it. That's on the second day. Actually, this is second day as well. But no, this is a different one. This is from Texas. I'm not sure where the other one's from. Is Arizona the other one's from? I don't remember. He might as well do it on his own. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's a tough one. It's a hard knock life. But as a juror, because you got to leave the emotions at the door. You got to leave everything of what you believe or what you know, you think or whatever. They said all that at the start. Are you able to put everything to the side and be fair? And they're like, yep. So in that case, you got to go with the evidence. And at the minute, there's no evidence. The only thing we got is a boatload of inconsistencies, which is horrible to think. But also, it's horrible to think and to speak like this because then it's like, you know, you become the problem. Hi, Erin. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Do, 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 do. Erin's been here all the time. This is a short one. I've been on both sides of the issue. My nephew had a 22-year-old. Yeah. And now my cousin. Yeah, I've been on both sides as well. So taku 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 taku. It is it is a tough one. Shelley, it was custom made. It came all the way from New Jersey. I didn't understand it was from New Jersey. It was supposed to come from Etsy in the UK. Then I pressed like buy wherever. I was like, saw all the taxes. I was like, what the? But it's too late by then. I paid for it. Everyone's seen your taco now, Erin. Erin's taco. It's a mighty fine taco. Oh, Juju. When I say that, it's JIW, not JEW. Looking at the Ethan Couch one, he's in jail at the minute. He's in prison. He violated his probation, it seems. Twice. But I will look at that case, Julie. I'll have a look at it to see. Da, 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 da. No, you've not missed a lot. You generally, Erin, you've not missed a lot at all today. Yes, he was, Julie. He was. I just read that, that's how I know. So, Erin, the first witness wasn't allowed to give testimony properly. The state tried to put him in to give testimony that one of his staff members gave about forensic, obviously evaluation of the victim, and he was denied. Second one's a medical expert, and he spent like an hour going back and forward whether we allowed to even put it in. Then she was allowed to put it in and said that she evaluated the victim, saw nothing wrong, as in physically wrong, no DNA, no marks or nothing. And then that last witness we just had now, who was the inspector, who again basically said that she went looking for Raymond, but no one knew where he was. But the family knew exactly where he was. They had his number and and knew where he was staying, everything. So there's even more inconsistencies in this trial. It's now the defense and now the state have now rested. Now it's on the defense side. It's madness. This trial a little bit. Julie, I don't know the answer to that. But Shelley's a grinder. She's on Shelley's got like 60 different streams going on, and she's plugged into every one of them. This is a break, and it's now what 3:30 in Central Time. So it is planned to be continued tomorrow and starting at 9 o'clock Central. So I presume we will be. I presume we will be going on till tomorrow. Depends how many witnesses they got. And if it's no, it will be tomorrow because they've not even got over jury instructions or anything yet. So it'll be tomorrow. They'll still be doing it tomorrow. Which is good for us to have the trial. Oh, David's still here. David, what are you doing now? No Sarah Boone. What are you going to do? No Sarah Boone for anybody. Well, there will be, but not on the 24th. Bam, 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 bam. So that means there's no clash with Shabizzness. Shabizzness will be there, but no Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's still, but I don't think I was listening to some of the stuff. People are just like, it's never going to be on the 24th. I'm just presuming that it's not going to be on the 24th. They got a case, they got a hearing on the 21st, haven't they? On the Friday, but it's more than likely not going to happen. Is the word on the street? I don't know. I'm not followed it closely enough, but I've seen a lot of streamers now say they're doing Shabizzness now instead of Boone, essentially. Yeah, what is your opinion, David? I mean, I've only heard hearsay. You think she could plead out, Heidi? Maybe that's an option. Bum, 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 bum. So we'll see. It'll be interesting anyway. It just means that everybody is doing Shabizzness. If she doesn't, if there's no trial, like every single streamer is doing Shabizzness then. Call needs to pay Sarah's witness. She's already done the evaluation, generated report. Delay just needs to be paid. Yeah, I don't know. It's something sus though. There's something sus about it all. I'm with Heidi a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me if she pleads out or something. It's all a little bit dodge. That's fine. That's fair. We'll have to see then if she pleads out or not. I don't know. There's something funny about that case that I don't know. Can't put my finger on it. Something's going to happen. I don't think she wants to be there. I'll trust Court TV and law crime reporters the day they actually get fair commentary of a trial. I will never, ever trust those two channels, to be quite honest with you. Not well. I mean, you're right though. In the future, maybe, but not right now. No chance. Let's forward that a little bit. Mm. Was off. There she is. Right, I'll put it back. No. Not that one. Which one was it then? Oh, is that one must be? No, it's not that one. No, it's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Don't think it's that one. No. 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 This one? Oh, must. Oh, this one.
We're
We'll
ready.
see. We'll see which one
All
it is
right,
now.
for the jury?
All right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. Let's go Raymond Alejandro Jr.
All right, if you'll take the stand. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll state your name for the record, be sure to keep your voice up so the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
My name is Raymond Alejandro Jr.
Right. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I don't know if you wanted me to spell it.
Yes, you can.
RaymonAlejanDro.
All right, defense.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Raymond, how do you know Jesus Leza III?
He is my nephew.
So this is the accused, the defendant. So in case anyone doesn't know, this is the step uncle to the victim.
Nephew.
And who is his stepfather?
My brother, Jose Garza.
Okay. And how many siblings do you have?
I have 4 siblings, 2 brothers and 2 sisters.
And what are your brothers' names?
My brother, my oldest brother is Jose Anhed. We call him Angel. And then my middle brother is Jose Garza. We call him Joey.
Okay. You said your oldest brothers, you call him Angel?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Sorry.
No problem. Just make sure you speak up, okay?
Sure.
And Angel's here in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so let's go to February of 2021. When did you get to, well, I guess, whose house were you staying at in February of 2021?
I was mainly living with my brother and my sister-in-law.
With your brother and your
My
sister?
brother Joey, yes. I was mainly living with my brother.
Okay. And again, just, I know you're a little
Sorry.
bit nervous, but just take a deep breath, speak clearly and slowly so the court reporter can get everything down, okay?
Heard.
All right. Sorry about that. You were staying at your brother Joey's house,
Yes, sir.
and who else lived at Joey's house?
My sister-in-law Regina, my nephew Jay, my nephew Joey, and then my niece Ariana.
All right. Now, when do you know what day around the 21st? Do you know what day you got to Joey's house?
It was either the Thursday or the Friday before.
Was there an event that happened that helped
It
you
was
remember?
right after the winter storm when everybody's power, gas, and lights started to come back on.
All right. So you get there and you stay there until Monday?
Yes, because Monday it was an agreement to take care of or babysit my niece Ariana.
All right. Now, where did you sleep?
In the living room.
On a couch?
Yes, sir. In the couch.
All right. Now, you said there was an agreement. You were watching Ariana.
Yes, sir. Well,
Would you ever watch the other kids?
yes, sir. I'd watch all of them sometimes.
All right. And would that be mainly when their parents were at work?
Yes.
All right. And what do they do for a living?
My brother is a police officer and my sister-in-law is a nurse.
And the house, Jesus
I'm surprised.
had his
well.
own room.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys,
See
did
you
you
later,
and
David.
in February of 2021, did you and Jesus share a phone?
No, sir.
Yes.
Now you were here when Jesus testified, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, to that incident, that Saturday night or early Sunday, was everyone in the house?
Yes, sir.
And you obviously you
Right. Just to confirm, this is the defendant. He is the uncle, step uncle of the victim. In my opinion, Erin, no, he should not be taking the stand. I don't think that the state have done enough. But if he wants to, here he is. So let's see what he's got to say. I think this is probably the only witness they got. Maybe, I'm not sure.
heard the allegation that you touched him inappropriately
Yes, sir.
that morning, Sunday around 5 a.m. You heard that?
Yes, sir.
On that night, did you go into his room
No,
that
sir.
night?
No, sir.
Did you pull his pants down on that day?
No, sir.
Did you touch his penis on that night?
No, sir.
Now going to Monday, did you end up watching Ariana on Monday?
Yes.
All right. At some point, do you leave the house?
Yes.
Explain how you came to leave the house.
So it was a late afternoon, early evening. Everybody was getting home, and just real awkwardly turned. Everybody like secluded themselves. Everybody went into their rooms, and I got a text message from my older brother saying, "Gather your things. I'm on the way for you."
Okay, so your older brother Angel told you, "I'm gonna come pick you up."
Yes, sir.
Is that unusual at that time? Or
It
did
was
you think
unusual, but I wasn't gonna go against him saying, "Gather all your things. I'm on the way to pick you up."
Okay, when Angel tells you to do something, you do it.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you leave, where do you go to stay?
It just depends. Sometimes my aunt had a room for me there. Sometimes I would go stay with my grandpa. And then my mom also had a room for me there too. So just depends.
And I guess specifically on that Monday, where did you go stay?
I went straight to my mom's.
All right. And have you been living at your mom's?
Yes, sir.
Does she live here in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
How long has she been at that same address?
She's been at that address since I believe 2019.
All right. Does the rest of your family know where she lives?
Yes, sir.
Now your
There we go.
phone number, you had on that February of 2021, you were on a family plan with Joey and his family.
Yes, sir.
Did that changed at some point?
A couple of months after the allegation, my phone was disconnected, so I got my own phone.
Okay. And you got
Yes.
another phone with a new phone number?
Yes, sir.
Does your family have that phone number?
Yes, sir.
Did the police ever try to contact you?
No, sir.
Did they ever come to your house?
No, sir.
Did they send you a letter?
No, sir.
Do you how long after or I guess did you eventually find out that there was a warrant out for the case?
Yes. My older brother had mentioned something to me about it, so I looked my name up online to see if there was anything on my name. I couldn't find anything. So, I mean, it was in the back of my head. So I reached out to the lawyer. I called and asked to see if they could tell me anything. That day, they told me nothing. And the very next day, I got a phone call saying that I needed to come in and have a consultation because there was a warrant out for my arrest.
Okay, so the attorney calls you back and says you have a warrant out for your arrest.
Yes, sir.
When did you turn yourself in?
The very next day.
And again, you voluntarily turned yourself in.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
What was your relationship like with Jesus Leza prior to February 2021?
I mean, he was fine with you. I'll take care of him. It was a good relationship.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It was a good relationship.
Okay. Did you guys ever get into arguments?
Petty arguments, nothing memorable.
Yeah. And he sat on the stand and said you guys were like brothers. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with him?
To an extent, yes. I mean, we were very close. I was close with the whole family. I'm still very connected to him.
Did you guys, was there ever a falling out between the two of you?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. Did you like him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Angel told you he was coming to pick you up, like, get your stuff, I'm coming to pick you up, did he tell you you weren't allowed to stay at Regina and Jose's anymore?
No, I had asked him what happened, but he couldn't really tell me anything.
So you asked Angel what happened.
Yeah, well, I asked him, why was he coming to pick me up?
And did you ask Regina and Jose why Angel wanted to come get you?
No, sir. We never talked ever since.
Okay. But that day before you were picked up to leave, did you think to ask him?
My sister-in-law was in my nephew's room with the door closed, and my brother grabbed my niece, and he was in his room with his door closed. And when I went to go knock on my brother's door to try to see what was up, I got no response. The only thing that I had was just my older brother telling me he's on the way to pick me up.
Did you have any thoughts in your head about what it might have been?
I mean, I had tons of thoughts. I was just trying to, you never know. I was wondering myself.
And so you said after the allegation, like a few months, your phone was connected or disconnected, and that was the phone that Regina and Jose were paying for. Did you ever wonder why they were still paying for your phone if you weren't allowed to stay at their house?
Of course,
Did you ask?
I did.
How'd you ask?
Well, I mean, I asked my brother to see if he could figure out anything, because I never got a response from my brother or my sister-in-law.
Well, given the fact that Regina and Jose were paying for your phone, why didn't you just ask them what was going on?
I never got a response. I never got a call back. I would call them and never got a call back.
Okay.
Backfired, you stupid
Did you
twat.
ever sleep in the same bed as Jesus or any of his siblings?
Yes.
Who all would you sleep in the bed with?
At times my nephews. I mean, it was my nephews.
Did you ever touch them when you were asleep in the bed with them? So you slept in the same bed with them, but you never made any physical contact with them?
Not inappropriate contact. I mean, maybe rolled over on them.
Okay. So I didn't ask about inappropriate contact. Do you want to change your answer to the first question about ever touching them?
Objection, argumentative.
That'll be overruled. You can answer.
Yeah, I guess I had contact with them.
Okay. And where did you touch them?
Well, would you rephrase the question? Or
So I asked whether you had ever touched them when you slept in the bed with them. You said you had contact with them. Do you recall where you touched them?
I mean, nothing memorable like that.
Okay.
He did say roll on them, but it's like that's a little bit like
When's the last time you talked to Jesus?
That day, February.
You talked to him the day that
In February 2021, when he walked in, they had ordered groceries were ordered to the house, so we put him inside, and my brother had told me to go ask Jay to help put up the groceries, and he didn't really respond very well. So I mean not a full-on conversation. By the time I woke up in the morning, I mean, he got ready for school and left for the bus. We didn't have any contact in the morning, and at night or in the evening when he came home, just asked him if he can help put up the groceries, and he didn't respond.
we're back to school.
How was
and
your
everything.
relationship with Jose and Regina prior to that?
It was great.
It was great.
It was great. They were some of the best family I've had.
Did you guys ever argue?
Nothing memorable. Not.
Did they ever say they wanted you out of the house?
No, sir.
Would they help you out? Or would you help them out around the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's the question about? These lawyers suck.
No further questions past the witness.
Oh my god, you suck.
Just to clarify, you said you slept in the bed with your nephew or nephews at certain points.
In certain time, well.
Well, I guess let me just phrase it this way. I'll withdraw that one. They asked you about touching in bed. To clarify, let me just ask you, did you inappropriately touch them in bed?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down.
These are awful
Defense, call your
lawyers.
next witness.
The defense rests, Your Honor.
State.
Gee.
State rests and close.
Rest and close.
All right, you may be seated. All right, defense, you may be seated. Yeah, no problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what is going to happen next. I'm going to have you all here tomorrow exactly at 9 a.m. And at that time, what will happen is I will read to you the charge of the court, and the state and the defense will be able to give closing arguments to you if they choose to give closing arguments. Remember, even though both the state and the defense have rested and closed, you are not allowed to begin deliberations in your head or with anyone else. You're not allowed to talk about the case. You're not allowed to view anything about the case. If somebody tries to talk to you about the case, ignore it. If you happen to see anything, turn it off. Do not do any investigation work. Everything that you need to know about this case has come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? Now, at 9 o'clock, the garage is not going to be as full as it is because we don't have juries called up on Fridays in the basement. So there should be room for you to park. Again, if you want to bring breakfast, if you want to come early and bring breakfast, you can. So as you know, there's a refrigerator, microwave, all of that back there. And we will start exactly at 9 a.m. All right. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Thank you. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
I mean, oh my days.
You have that right.
Yeah, probably.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And we're not on the record yet. So has everyone had a chance to review the charge? I sent it by email to all parties.
Right. The state has, and the state has no objections.
All right, defense, have you had a chance to review the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to the charge?
On page 3,
Part about the criminal.
the defendant testifying.
Oh, yes, we'll remove that, of course.
And the 404B, there wasn't any evidence that was presented that wasn't stricken.
Okay.
So I guess I would ask for that to be removed.
All right, so the extraneous to be removed and the defendant not testifying.
And I don't know, I didn't see it in here. I don't know if there's an instruction to remind them that anything that the court has instructed them to disregard, that they're not to consider that for any purpose.
All right.
We would ask for that if it's not in here.
Sure. I think there should be something in there similar to that. But if not, we will have that placed in there. Is there anything else?
I think that's all, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna have the staff attorney print that out, and then we'll look at it one more time, and we'll do closing arguments tomorrow at 9.
I think she stopped it.
Sure. I think there should be something in there similar to that. But if not, we will have that placed in there. Is there anything else?
I think that's all, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna have the staff attorney print that out, and then we'll look at it one more time, and we'll do closing arguments tomorrow at 9.
There we are.
Tell us a little bit about you.
Right. Okay. Now, you know you come for an honest opinion. You might not like my opinion. Fucking hell, I need to get some more pubes and put them on here. Look at that line there. I need to shave some pubes, put some glue on there. Anyway, you might not like my opinion, but you're getting it anyway. If you don't like it, don't go. They did ask for a directed verdict. Sarah P's right. When the state rested and the judge went, no, 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 no. So without being influenced, without looking at stuff, without knowing, he's taking it off, folks. I'm not. You talk about me with my top. Me personally, I'd have to vote not guilty. Putting everything aside, look, you know, my sister's very vocal. My sister was RAPED when she was younger, so there's no one more of an advocate than I am. But putting that aside, and I've had a friend, one of my best friends, was accused of SA, and it was all dropped because it was a lie. So I've seen a bigger thing. But putting all that aside, I don't. There's just so much inconsistencies with the state, and I can't go with, you know, the defendant is innocent unless proven guilty, and I don't see how they have proven him guilty. You know, as tough as that is, I just don't see it. Want to believe the kid? Obviously, you always want to believe the kid, but there's just too many inconsistencies in all of this. And I thought that he did well. The defendant did well on the stand as well. He explained everything. You know, he could have just denied even being sleeping in the same bed as his nephew. But he's like, no, we do sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I am. I would vote quite instantly not guilty. To be quite honest with you, I can understand some people would not. Not want to, but I think the jury was instructed they have to put everything at the door. And can you look at stuff that it's not up to the defense to create motive or anything like that? Why he did it doesn't matter. It's up the burden is all on the state, and as far as I'm concerned, the state have not done their jobs. You know, and I think that's very unpopular because half of it was just left. But I'm going to say as it is. That's my opinion. I respect everyone's opinion, whatever your opinion is. Obviously, the brother doesn't believe it, or he wouldn't be speaking to or living with him. Yeah. Julia can see family defending family. It's not something you want to believe. No, family choose sides in the way this is. Both are his brothers. Yes, this just destroyed the family. Really, this does. Mekiteki agrees with you, Julie. It's horrible, you know, with a family like this now has gone. But I just don't believe. How can he not? Like, you got the guy's number. You got the guy. You know where the guy is. And even if you don't know genuinely where he's at, you can ask your brother where he's at. The other brother. So many. It wasn't like he was rushed. It was just like they didn't want to help the police with it. The inspector asked them, and they were like, "Oh, we don't know where it is." So there's just too many. I want to explain, but I'm too shits to the wind at the moment. Don't worry, Makateki, it's all good. It's malpractice by the state to allow this prosecution to proceed when it's one person's word against another. Everyone loses. Yes, it's not enough, regardless. 100%. But it's seriously something about the culture. Yeah, this one I cannot relate to whatsoever, so I appreciate all the opinions. I've not had any experience with this with anyone close to me. Look, and I have, but I put that to a side. You know, I have to put it to the side and look at objectively what evidence has been brought in. All that's been brought in is a load of inconsistency from the state. The mother said that the nephew, sorry, the step uncle slept on the couch. The nephew said that he slept in his room. That's inconsistent. what night actually happened, that's inconsistent because no one actually knows. I haven't watched this case, but what would be the motive for falsely accusing your brother of all people? I don't think it's the uncle. It's not the brother. So so it'd be well, if he is falsely accused, so the victim is the nephew, the step nephew. It's just all bizarre to me. It just something about it doesn't sit well on all angles. The cop's brother, yes, yeah, but yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's it's a stepdad's brother. Yes, it's not the victim's brother. It's the stepdad's brother. Um, Cyprian and his brother's a cop. Yes, the cop brother was a stepdad of kid, and he went to live with a different brother after accusation. If the brother number two had any doubt, I can't imagine that he would allow him in the home. Well, he went to live with the mother, but his oldest brother took him away for it. I'm not going to say hearsay, whatever. It's just whether he did it or not. It's all I'm looking at is was it proven? I'm not saying whatsoever that he lied. I don't know. It's more of a was it proven? No, and whether that's the fault of the attorneys or whatever. Just was for me. It wasn't proven. Um, there's just too much inconsistencies, and the duty, the burden of proof is on the state, and there's nothing I saw or heard or you know you expect a lot more. I don't understand why they would say they had no contact information for him, but they had all the contact informations. Absolutely. Hi, Wendy. Hello, you missed today. You got to go back and watch it, Wendy. Lovely to see you. Hope your holidays are going well. I'm a South Texan. The culture's proud and righteous, and it's beautiful, but there are a lot of secrets. It's a hard line. They want to raise you right. Yeah. And maybe, it is in Texas, so maybe the jury have a different perspective of it. Well, they've rested now. It's closing arguments tomorrow. The closing arguments will be tomorrow, Wendy. So there were 3 witnesses for the state today. Nothing burgers, all of them, literally nothing. And then the defendant himself was a witness for the defense, and I thought he did all right. Nothing special, but he did all right. And then closing arguments tomorrow. I said I couldn't vote guilty in this. I'd have to be not guilty. So after looking at all the evidence. So it just comes back again to the inconsistencies of everything. Sarah P's been here for all of it, so she probably has a good view. She can actually articulate things much better than me. It would be hard not to take the stand if wrongly accused of something like this. Yeah, I don't think he needed to, but I don't think he did any damage. I think watch on replay. Most of it, watch your 1.75 or 2.0, Wendy. Most of it's just arguments and not actually testimony. You didn't literally miss much, but it's worth watching the defendant on there. It was a manager of a staff member, which they weren't allowed to put the testimony in. Then one of the doctors that actually viewed the victim, but there was no DNA present, no damage, nothing. So it was a nothing burger. And then the last one was an inspector. Again, just basically said, "Oh, we couldn't find the defendant." The family said they didn't know where he was. I was like, "Well, they had his number. They knew where he was." So yeah. Don't know why my notifications just barely popped up. Oh wow. Okay. Might have to unsubscribe and subscribe again. Or notifications of I didn't get the judges one notification. I've got to frame this now. I would have to agree with that. I'm putting all emotions aside and looking at evidence presented. There really wasn't any. It was he said, he said. Yeah. Yeah. it would have to be, as I say, a not guilty for me, and a pretty quick one on this one. You know, and I know that that's triggering for some people as well. So I'm trying to be a little bit conscious of that as well. I don't mean to be disrespectful, or as I say, my sister's been through it. So yes, yeah, you always want to believe the child, always want to, but. So yeah, so tomorrow we've got 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock, no, 3 o'clock my time and Lou's time. We've got closing arguments, jury instructions, and stuff like that. Did he have any kind of interview with an advocate or social worker or anyone like that? I walked away. He had an interview with a specialist, like forensic. They called it forensic. Basically, an expert in SAE for children, essentially. But that witness was on holiday, so they couldn't testify. So they put her manager in then, and the court didn't allow him to testify because it's like, well, we're not going to allow you to testify because you weren't there. You're not the one doing it. Then there was a professional doctor who looked at him to see if there's any, obviously, damage or any DNA or anything, scratches or anything like that, which they didn't find anything. No surprise. And then it was just an interview with obviously inspectors, the specialist police and stuff like that. So not essentially an advocate, social worker, but they did have one similar to that. I'm not sure what they call them though. But yeah, she's on holiday, so she couldn't testify, and that's a big thing. My job is needed today. Thanks a lot. It's all right. You've been here all day, Erin. You've been here. You've been great. You've been smiling all day. Well, beep 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 beep. Erin and a taco. I look at your taco every day now. Hey, Erin. You're always smiling. You enjoy it. Tickle taco. Whoopee. Erin's always smiling. So yeah. And obviously the defendant, I think most of us heard that. Oh my god. Maybe I took it too far there, Erin. When my job interferes with my streaming. I love it. Well, this is my job. This is my job. So, it doesn't interfere with anything. Erin's taco. Tickle the taco. Tickle Erin's taco. And also, wherever I do to the taco, you're always smiling. It's unbelievable. You enjoy everything. Wendy's always wanted to see my taco. No, so there we are. I don't know. So it's a weird one, but this has been an interesting one to watch. To be quite honest with you. And tomorrow, what I might do tomorrow is listen to closing speeches stuff like that, and I might remind me tomorrow, Sarah. We might Google the Ethan Couch one. Might watch that. Might watch that as a documentary thing, Tickle Erin's taco. Stop being dirty. We've got past the 2 hours. We're fine. We're fine. I'm also trying not to swear anymore or swear less. Then let's have a look to see if they've done anything else here. Live. No, I'm limited on both. So yeah, I'm under what do you call it? Probation at the minute. So we'll be all right. We'll be all right. You'll be all right on the nights. So it's exciting because we'll also see when the tacos are out. Taco, 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 taco. It's interesting to see as well what happens next week because we're going to follow this judge as well. because and then we're gonna watch the business and Cara next week, the week after. Oh, geez, we've got a few things going on at the minute, which is good. I like this judge though. I'm going to incorporate this judge into a lot of our streams from now on. I'm not sure I'll be watching a lot of the dockets in the sense of we will watch dockets, but not every day. I don't think because I don't think there's much interest on that. But I still do other stuff. But yeah, and also we need to look for other judges as well, see if there's any other trials we can do. This judge got a few trials coming up now, so I like these kind of things. So we'll keep an eye out for more of these things now. And Cara Nichols is on the 24th as well, which we'll stream that, and we'll start streaming Show Business on the 24th. So yeah, we've only got a week to go before that. So hopefully we might get another trial next week. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. Like a three-dayer would be nice. This is a 3-dayer. Something like this again. Starts Tuesday or something. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. And trying tacos next week. I'm trying tacos. Not Aries tacos though. I'm not trying Aries tacos. I'm trying another kind of taco. So I bought them ready. 12 of them. I'll have 4. Is 4 greedy or what? Is that eating 4 tacos greedy? Because they don't look big. They don't look big to me. They're not as big as this, like. They're not as big as this. You could probably slip a finger into it. But not like this. Fist, like. But, so, is 4 tacos deemed a lot to eat? How much other stuff you put on? Just a little bit of mince, ground beef, and a little bit of tomato and lettuce and a bit of cheese. So I'm not going to be massive amounts in them. Do you know what I mean? Equivalent of probably about 2 fajitas. Do you know what I mean? 2 full fajitas. No way. My daughter will eat 5 sometime. There we are. There we are. Sarapi. If you purchase tacos, you are allowed to eat all the tacos. I purchased them. Meki, I purchased them. I got the kit. There's 12 in them. So I got the kit. So I'm going to eat it on Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Hopefully it'll be on stream. But if not, I'll do a quick review on them. Do you know what I mean? The next day you can make a taco salad with all the leftovers. That's my favorite. Erin, I'll be honest with you. There won't be any leftovers. Let me just tell you, because my parents will be eating as well, so they're gonna try it. So there'll be no leftovers. No. Who has leftovers? Erin, apparently. But no, there won't be leftovers here. You can trust me on that one. Taco gigante, gigante. Don't know what gigante is. Taco gigante. We had an Italian in today. I don't remember her name. Kimberly, was it? Don't remember her name now. She's left earlier on, I think. Don't think this was quite the trial she wanted. It's unfortunate. It's literally like a foot long. I have to sit on the table to take a bite. Bloody hell. 1.5 foot long. Jesus. I have to sit on the table to take a bite. You like it big, Mecky. That's all right. You like it big. You go, girl. We don't use shells. My kids are running in and out, so they put all the stuff in a small bag of Doritos and crunching them up. I call walking tacos. Well, this is what, right? So technically, I've had tacos because I've eaten Doritos. So technically, I've had tacos, but this will be the first proper time that I've actually got stuff in it. First proper time. I do just meat and cheese and flour tortilla. So that's So that to me, Mekate, I have that a lot at fajitas. Fajitas. Doritos with all meat, onions, cheese, tomato. We won't be well, no, we'll have a bit of onions, cheese, we'll have tomatoes, yes. Fine. I've not had tacos if you had Doritos. Yeah, no, I know. Did anyone else follow the Daybell case? No. Sorry, Shelley. No, I did not. It was just, to be quite honest with you, one of those cases that everyone's following. So I was like, I'm not going to follow it. So, I'll say next week we'll have trial, and then we're doing shach business. That's who's doing well with streams, mine. I looked earlier on to see who's streaming. Most, like, some people are like hundreds, wherever. Bloody Grizzly. She had just short of 10,000 people watching her. Couldn't believe it. 10,000 people watching her stream. It was like 9.75 thousand. Jeez. She's not holding back. Annie is dropping some deets. She's not holding back. She's back from being so ill with a vengeance. Grizzly on another level of snack. I'm not a fan of Grizzly. That's a lie. I don't mind her. Just some of the stuff she does, I don't like. I used to watch her when I first started, watching, like, last year type of thing, but I don't watch anymore. No, she did a lot of stuff I didn't like, Mecky. A lot of stuff I didn't like. So, but I would recommend it to people. It's just, yeah, I wasn't impressed with some of the stuff she did and said. So, but that's impressive. 10,000. I would never knock a streamer that gets 10,000. And I've always, I think Meki Teki, I think we said this before. I think it was with you. Like, she just dissed the guest and just dropped them last minute. As a streamer, I don't appreciate that. I think that's disgusting. That's the reason. But if someone came to me and said, I'm a new to trials, whatever, who do you recommend? I'd always say Peter Tragos, Grizzly, yeah, probably just them. Because I think Grizzly is good, do you know what I mean? And Mike as well. I like Mike. But he's just videos. So I don't have anything. I'd never badmouth with it, but personally just don't like some of the things she did. But you got to tip your hat off to say 10,000. She's smashing it. Do you know what I mean? But there's lots of people as well that have got hundreds and thousands watching it. But I can guarantee you one thing: they're not having as much fun as us now, Chris. Yeah, well, Therapy, I've got more issues on that, though, Sarah. I agree. She did some stuff I didn't agree with as a streamer. That's all. Peter, yeah, Peter, I can 100% see it. No, Annie isn't Grizzly. I don't know who Annie is. No idea who Annie is. But Peter Tragos, I drool over Peter Tragos. I don't know who Annie is. But yeah, I was just going to look to see what Annie's 10 to Life. Annie, she's really good. Annie's really, really good. Is she not got a contract with Law and Crime now or something? I think she's got a contract with Law and Crime, I believe. Is it not, or is it Core TV or something? Something like that, anyway. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think yes, Core TV. I think she's done well. I like Annie. I love Annie. I think she's great. I thought that as well. No, I think she's fantastic. I think Shelley's talking about someone different. Yeah, Shelley's talking about someone different here. Arnie, I'm talking about Arnie is on aunt to Tylee, is an aunt to Tylee. Her YouTube is a murderous heart. So there we are, murderous heart, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Annie 10 to life. She's good. We went through this, but Makiteki, we've been through this. Oh, Kimberlea, Makiteki. Did you like Kimberlea, Makiteki? Did you like her? I like Kimberlea. Kimberlea and Mike are probably two of my favourites at the minute. If you did like Kimberlea Meki, she's just got another video out today, 2.5 hours. Oh, but it's good. Good, Meki. Well, she's got one out today. I've not had a chance to watch it yet. Where is it? Yeah, college killing, sorority girl found dead in off-campus apartment. So she's got that going for her today. It's 2.5 hours. She's amazing, but you just need enough time. Do you know what I mean to watch her? And my other favorite, where's it gone now? Where's he gone now? I like Coffee House Crime, but he's not the one. Where's he gone? Where's Mike gone? Don't remember his channel. I call him Mike. I don't remember his name now. Jesus, I can't find him. No joke, I can't find him anywhere. Enormous subscribers. Why is he not in? Why is he not? That chapter. That's where it is. That chapter. Oh, Becky, you were there. Yeah. Michael, yeah, that chapter. I always have time for deep dives. That chapter. Yeah, that chapter and Kimberlea. Wow, Kimberlea. Wow, she's hot as shit as well. She's only 5 foot. Well, she's less than 5 foot. Great pair of tits on her. And she's very, very good looking. Same age as me. Oof. They're all interviews on to Annie. Ethan as well in the Dable playlist. Yeah. I started watching trials with Rokita, so I've never watched one on Grizzly, Lone Crime, or anyone in that camp. Oh, there we are. That's good. Then he found us. I know I'm your second choice, but still. Well, maybe third choice, but whatever. Or fourth. Fuck. Am I even in your top 5? I don't know. I should be number 1 now with this fucking. It does, but she's very beautiful. She's very beautiful. I'll say that. I think she's she's the same age as me, and I'm just like, whoa, who's pitching a tent there in my pants? Whoa, sorry, that's a bit dirty. I shouldn't say that. She's a great storyteller. Great storyteller. Erin, if I make a top 5, I'm happy. Only joking. It's only joking. I appreciate you pop in whenever you can. I appreciate that. So yeah, right. If Sarah P remembers tomorrow, right? If Sarah P remembers, we will watch Closing and everything. Then I'll Google Ethan Couch and we'll watch a documentary on him. I've seen there's loads of stuff about him. So we'll watch that whilst we're waiting for the jury to come back. That's what we'll do. But I have to have Sarah P, I have to have Sarah P reminding me it's not a competition to learn. You're all my friend. Hey, it is a competition, but I know where I sit. I know where I sit. It's all good. Great idea. Thank you, Shelley. Sarah. Between the two of us, we should remember. I've got it right here on paper, right in front of me. But I want to see it because Shelley said about it. And I've got it open here, and they are like, there's, let me find one here. Is there one here worth it? There's bound to be a documentary here somewhere. Or if someone can find the documentary, that'd be even better. Jesus. Oh my days. Now I've seen some of his victims. So I'm sure there'll be a documentary about it. There's a probation hearing. We need to find something, or I can't find anything at the minute. I'm sure between us, I'm sure we'll find something though. We'll go through it tomorrow. But yeah, we'll find something somewhere. It's all good. And Saturday, I'm putting my sign up Saturday. I'm putting my shelves up. I've ordered a bit of artificial flowers. They should be coming Saturday as well. Yeah, I'm looking. So I need to get this right though, because I might put my camera on my laptop instead of my TV, my screen, so it's lower, and I'll put it up so you can see a little bit more height. I'm not sure. I'll play about with it. But anyway, there we are. Let's leave it there because I've got some stuff I want to watch anyway, and I'm sure you guys got better things to do than be here with me. So I appreciate you all as always, and yeah, we'll leave it like that, and they'll be back online. Dylan, will you cover Adam Montgomery's case when that comes up? I watched the entire weapons trial for him, and I have really looked into that one. Yeah, so that's a funny one. Yes and no. People ask me all the time what I'm covering. If it fits the schedule, yes, I will. See you, Lou. See you, Lou. Thanks for being here. If it fits the schedule, I will do it. It just means, will it fit the schedule? Do you know what I mean? Is it going to clash with something? Do you know when the date is? Have they announced a date for it? So I don't see why not, if that's the case. I wasn't going to, but then Suzanne and people. Okay, fine. Yeah, don't worry too much, Sarah. We can find it tomorrow. It's all good. It's right. So I think I'm going to be doing the Delphi trial. So as long as it doesn't clash with that, so yeah, I don't see why not. Do you know what we need? What we need and what I need is I might do on Discord for my members. See what trials you guys want to cover, so we can make a little bit of a map for it. Do you know what I mean? Show business we're doing. Kohlberger, even though it's not happening. I don't remember what else there is. So I put something. I know you're not on Discord, Erin, but bollocks, I can't. No, what I'll do, I'll post something on YouTube. No, I can't do that. You guys, you blow my minds here. I can't. So I was going to do it members only. I can do a members only post on YouTube, but that means that some people don't get it. If I do a members only one, that means that none of my mods see it. Sarah wouldn't see it. Spidey wouldn't see it. Who else wouldn't see it? Amy wouldn't see it. Heidi wouldn't see it. I need to think. No, don't worry. Don't. I can do it on YouTube. I can do it. I just got to work around for it. I just got to do a workaround. Do you know what? I'll do something in a couple of weeks. Once because a lot of people became members through gifted membership. Once they all go and don't renew, then I'll do it on like a members thing, and I'll have to think about Sarah and Spidey and all them, how they can contribute another way. It's all good. So so I know you don't want to look, Erin. If I didn't have a Discord, I wouldn't be on Discord. I'm not a fan. So don't worry too much about it, Erin. I was in so many Discords. I'm in about 5 now. I stuck my head in. I can't open it. Yeah, it does my head in. You don't have to renew. Sorry, you're more than welcome to, obviously, but literally don't have to renew. I try and look after my mods as much as possible. Um, um, so people at work, I don't expect them to join or anything like that. But I'm never going to stop anyone from joining, obviously. But yeah, I can never open Discord. It's just too many things going on. So we'll see. We'll see. But I think we'll do more on YouTube because some people like YouTube. I don't know. I will figure something out, but I want to get some sort of list. So I know Otis Anderson Senior is another one. I think that's October. That's a Florida one. So let's do some sort of chart then. Not chart. Fuck the charts. I hate the charts. I hate the people that create the charts. Or the person. I'll do like a timeline thing, because then what we can do is have some head. No, I know, Sarah. I know. I only noticed because you came up in black writing. I was like, what? Should not need to be renewed because I joined on my own, but I know a lot of people are gifted that need to renew. Yes, but they might not renew, Erin. They might not renew. So, and I don't want to pressurize people to renew. Yeah, about 5 people didn't renew. I've run out today, but I say I'm not forcing people to renew. But it is a help for me. I think I'm on auto renew. Hope so, because I don't ever check my social emails. That's all good. Yeah, I don't know who is on auto renew or not, and I don't know who's gifted memberships or anything. It doesn't show me. It just shows me like my list has gone from 42 down to 37. That's all I know. Erin, yours actually runs out today as well, Erin. But you're still there, so I presume that you're auto renewed. To be quite honest with you, Shelley, actually, I don't. Shelley, where's Shelley? Shelley, it looks like you're on auto renew because you are due today as well. So by tomorrow, I'll know. Basically, if you don't have, how you know if you're renewed now is if you don't have the special stuff at the top. Sarah has it because she's a mod, so we'll figure something out. But I want to do yeah. So if you don't see the things tomorrow, that means you're out, Shelley. But knowing you probably auto renewed. Is to do a list of say I don't know 6, 7, 8 trials that everyone wants to see. Concentrate on them and then maybe do videos around them. But then do these court stuff. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Do you know who my first ever member was? First ever. Can anyone guess who my first ever member was? It surprised me actually. I didn't think this person was the first person ever that, but they were gifted it, I believe. But do you know? It didn't shock me, but I don't think I knew this person back then. I think they were a bit of a lurker back in the day. But now chops his fuck right now. Well, you don't have to guess. I'll tell you who it is. So my first ever member was Sarah P. Sarah P was my first ever member. I think Lefty gifted you it, if I remember rightly. So it's weird. Do you know what I mean? And do you know what? The membership is an absolute rip-off. So anything you give me, right, on super chats and memberships, right, I have to pay. They take 30%. Apple take 10%. The UK government take 20% through VAT. It's unbelievable. I literally lose about 60%. Unbelievable. Member or sub? Member, Shelley, member. There's arguments about who my first sub was ever. There's arguments. Spider Girl gets very upset about it because she doesn't come up on my list. And she hides it. Yeah, you were, Sarah. You were, honestly. So you 100% were. So the 5 ever gifts that Lefty gave are the 5 that I lost today. And you were the first name. You, Spider Girl, Jamie, I believe, Amy, and I don't know who else it was. I don't remember the 5th person. But yeah, you were the first one. It comes up as the first. Or Lady Law, maybe. You're the first one. It comes up as Sarah. Well, you used to. Now you disappeared. You're not on the list anymore. But you were 100% the first one on there. It's yeah, because literally it gives you from dates and times, but then obviously you're dropped off the list now. So, but yeah, fair play. Lefty gifted about 20 odd gifts, So yeah, and that's why you should all have little. Oh, yes, she is. How does that happen? I didn't see that. How's that? How do you do that, Erin? How do you do that? I can't see that. Erin Hack member for 1 month. I can see you on YouTube, but I can't see it on my screen. That's weird. So Erin's been a member for 1 month. That's weird, that is. I don't see that on StreamYard, you see? How did that come up then, Erin? Did you have to do something to get that green thing? Or does it come up automatically? Thank you, Sarah. But you don't, you're a mod, so yeah, I don't expect mods to renew or anything, because you give your time. But as I say, I'm never one to say no for anything, because it's all a fucking rip off. No streamer doesn't show you these. No, they don't. I literally went over to YouTube just now just to check something, and I saw it. But how did you create it? How did you? I don't understand how you created it though. There. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so you have to click on the dollar symbol, like sending a super chat, and every month it gives you free membership, milestone chat. Ah, so anyone that's not sure, they can just press that then. Yeah, go, Erin. Check you out. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool of you. That is good. So they usually mods. That's good to know. So, Sarah, can we note that? I don't see those. I just randomly saw that just now. So I trust Sarah and Heidi. If someone else does that, just let us know. Let me know so that I can say thank you because I don't see it. Literally randomly, I saw that. Like membership gifts. Oh, that's amazing. That's really cool, though. I'm glad they do that. I just gutted that I don't get to see it. Well, unless the mods say, and then I will be able to see it then, obviously. Ah. Right. I'm going to take my little taco to bed. Oop. I need a place for. I like my taco. Shelley did as well. Shelley's a salty wench. Happy day, Shelley. Sarah's there. Sarah's there. Let's go, Sarah. Shelley just said, "Well, let's go." That's all I need. I love that. Genuinely, I didn't know they did that. Salty wench. Happy days. Thank you, Shelley. I'm not sure what to put this now. I like it in front of me. Do you know what I mean? I like to put it in front of the screen. And then we come then I can go, hey, Erin, taco. Or do I hang it up? No, I'm not hanging it up. I'm not hanging it up. It's too far. Do you know what I mean? I need to get more toys as well with the. But I'm not going to New Jersey again. You guys kill me with the tax. The taxes that you guys charge for delivery. If I knew that, I wouldn't have got it, to be honest with you. I'd have got one from the UK. Conning bastards. But they're really cool, though. Do you know what I mean? That's really cool. Yeah, keep in reach. I will. I will. I'm only going to do some. I need to get some here. I need to think of some stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I need to think of some stuff. I'm not going to do it, right? Well, maybe I will do it. I'm not sure. No, I won't do it. Will I do it? No, I'm not going to do it. So what I was going to do was I was going to buy a wench's costume, a blue wench costume, and just come on stream and wear it one day. I was planning on doing that, but I thought, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not dressing up as a woman on stream because people are going to get offended. So let's ditch that one. But I've been trying to look for some blue wenches, but there's nothing. It's only costumes. There's nothing else out there. So yeah, I will be buying some country gravy as well. Not quite yet. I'm hoping the price comes down, and I'll buy some other toys as well because I need some toys. Probably I need some toys for the mods as well. So yeah, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Right. With that, I think I am actually going to finish now because I got probably a couple of hours before I go to bed, and I want to watch some. I want to finish off the. Which one is it? What's it called? I want to finish off the Coffee House Crimes one. I want to. Tomorrow I'll do after. Oh no, do you know what? The Flux one with Solomon. I'm gonna have to watch that on the weekend because I want to look at it properly. So I'll look at that on the weekend. And Kim said I get a little bit of a shout out. So at the end with a photo or something. So I'll do that. And I've got Kimberley. If you're not seeing Kimberley is fantastic. She just does too much. Here she is. You're no longer a member. You're no longer a member, Lady Law. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How are you still not there then? Right, let me check that. You're still on my list as a member, but you just come up. No, you're gone. Salvador's gone. You're gone. Erin Hack is my first one now. Everyone's gone. Boom, boom. Give me the boot. I mean, it just means you don't access all the what do you call it? All the gilf ones. Damn, you don't get to access. Don't get that. Don't get the gilf. Damn. You don't get the thing. you access the GILF stuff. Only Discord you're missing out on, so you're not really missing out on anything. So yeah, it's only the stuff like the GILF, the for fuck's sakes lefty and shit like that you don't have access to anymore. It's not me, it's programmed. It's not even me doing it. It's programmed on what do you call it? On YouTube. Exactly, lol. Yeah, no, I know. But you love the D. You love the D. It's only, what was it? Well, how much does it cost you? $5? Love the D. It's all good. I don't force anyone to buy a membership. Eventually, hopefully, people will buy it on their own. But Shelley just gifted a membership. Jamie was gifted a membership by Shelley. You do love the D. Thanks, Shelley. There we are. Jamie grabbed one. So Jamie got a membership. Oh, that's good because she ran out. She got kicked out. I'm sure Lady Law will persuade Lefty to send her one. It's all good. It's all good. So yeah, it's all good though. We all love the D. It's all good. I don't really care about it all, but I do. But you know what I mean. So yeah, it's weird because that means it's been a month since I've been monetized. That's gone quick, hasn't it? Comment lady. Bloody hell, you missed out again. Amy got it. Amy, you sly dog, you. I didn't know you were here, Amy. Thank you again, Shelley. Amy grabbed it. Everyone's grabbing it. Lady Law's us out of it. She's too slow. Thank you very much, Shelley. Thank you very much, Shelley. And congratulations to Amy as well. Erin Hack, you muppet. Mecky Techie. Erin Hack. Spider Girl's gifted one. Sea Swept was gifted one. Nicola Maxwell has gifted a membership, Erin Hack. Your gifts are on. Well, there's how many? There's one. There's more up there. Grab it, Lady Law. There's more there. Yeah, thank you, Erin. Spider Girl got one. He won't let you. Why won't he let you do that? Nicola Maxwell. So we've got Spider Girl, Nicola Maxwell. Hi, Nicola. Look, you sly dogs all in here, not saying hello. Sea Swept got one. Sea Swept with sly dog. Not saying anything. There's two left. Lady Law, why are you not grabbing it? Oh, so she got one. Has she? Click on the gift that says 5, yeah. I did. It gives me report and block. What? I don't get that. I did. It gives me report. I don't understand it, so I never do it, so I don't understand it, obviously. Erin, that's very generous of you. Not the 3 dots, the membership gift box. On the green bit that came up, chat or... Sarah, grab one, Sarah. Sorry, you need one. Grab one. Because we'll try to get Sarah and Lady Law one now. There's 2 left, isn't there? And Sarah P, you grab the other one. And Lady Law, you grab one. Jesus. Well, if no one grabs it, it just means that it goes back to Erin. I don't get them. They go back. It goes back to Erin. Lady Law, I could imagine her. She's panicking now. Just won't let me. Why won't it let you then? And Sarah P, you need to grab it as well, because we had this with Lefty, where he gifted like 5, and there was 2 not claimed. I didn't get it, and he didn't get the money back. YouTube took the money, I think. Oh, did he do that? He returned it to you. But it can't be random because it's 2 left. I don't know. I don't understand this. Where's your phone, Lady Law? But Sarah P, if you try it, Sarah P, see if you click it, does it work for you? Are there more that run out today? Yeah, there's been quite a few that run out today. I think I'll tell you now how many run out today. 9 have run out today so far. And then there's more obviously in the coming days as well. That's just weird. It gets returned to you, does it? Fine. Okay. I mean, if no, yeah. That's why I'm encouraging Sarah P to grab it. 1 month exactly, yeah. That's weird, that is. Europe randomly selects. No, is that true, Sarah P? Is it? I thought you just clicked it. Because there's 2 left there, isn't it? Because it doesn't come up on my screen. I see that Spider Girl got it. Nicola got it. Sea Swept got it. And that's all that's come up. Hold up your Hulk shirt. Yeah, Sarah, have you got that clicked? Because Sarah was going to buy one, so saves her buying one. Freaking Nora. The Hulk. The Hulk. Here it is. Where's broken? If you know, you know. Months ago, I ripped this off. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What's more unbelievable is that we got Nicola here. We got Spidey. Well, not Spidey. Spidey's fine. Nicola here. We've got Jamie here. We got C Swept here. Not one of them says hello. God. Happy days. You're right, Erin. Well, that's very generous of you, Shelley and Erin. Thank you very much. I don't know why, but there's two not given, but thankfully it goes back to you anyway, Erin. So that's okay then. But thank you for the gesture. They don't have to be chat together. I find it weird why when I click it says gifted. Yeah, Erin gifted 5. Doesn't tell me anything else. No, it's just weird why you won't gift it to someone else then, because we got like 1,800 viewers, but no one's got it. That's just weird. Why do they just randomly give it to the other two people then? But because so basically Jamie, C Swept, and Nicola might not even be here then, and Spider Girl, and Amy, they might not even be here then. So I'm calling them out. They're not here, and they got it. So actually, they're not here. I thought you had to press to get one. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So, okay. Sorry, I said that Jamie, C Swept, and Nicola were rude. I was only joking, but they're not even here. Oh, okay. I'm learning something new here every day. I'm gutted for Sarah P and Lady Law, though. Why were they not gifted? Oh. Yes, I know. They're going up Saturday, Lady Law. They're going up Saturday. And then Erin's got her little special one. If no one's seen it, Erin's taco. Oh, here she is. So my signs are going up on Saturday. I've ordered 2 artificial pot plants as well. There you go. Love this. So I got that there. I look after my members, you see. So, she's very generous, Erin. So got her that. I'm trying to get something for everyone. Do you know what I mean? A little bit of every. Do you know what I mean? A little bit of taste here and there. It's a nice looking taco. You can give it a good tickle, Lily Law. I'll tell you that much now. Don't know how I feel about this. Is this in good fun or no? I don't know how I feel about it. Is this in good fun? If so, to get one for my Lockie. What's the difference, Shelley? I don't know what the difference is. The artificial is all I know. I don't know even what they are. I've just put them on the shelf. No, you can't. No, you can't grow anything in it. Becky Techie, I don't know what you're talking about. So it's just a toy with Erin's name on it, taco. Yeah, it's in fun though. As I said, I was gonna, as we grow and get more loyal members and stuff like that, I'll get something. I like remembering people. This is why I try and do stuff for this. When people support me, I like to support back. So and have them as part of the stream. So in some way or another. So Erin's was taco. I saw it. I was like, well, I gotta get this for Erin. And if I see something, is it in good fun or no? That's fine, Lady Law. That's fine. I need to get something about the gilf as well. Your dog would destroy it because it's soft. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure what's in it. I don't even know what's in the Erin's taco. Look at it. You can only rub it. You can't open it too much. It's quite tight. But he would rip it apart. Stuff in it, he would rip it apart. Your dog would rip this apart. So it's all fun here. I can use it whenever Erin comes in. Woo! But the stuff in it, the dog would rip it. It's probably like a pregnancy, innit? Like, a taco after pregnancy, it'd be ripped like that. Can't use it for a while then. Got to stitch it back up then, don't you? And I don't want to stitch Erin back up. So, yeah, I'm gonna be on the lookout for little things like that. I hope you all gonna like my signs and stuff like that. Stop! Look, I'm obviously a bit of jest, bit of fun. Hopefully everyone takes it as a bit of fun. Yeah, Saturday now, on the weekend, I'm gonna put my signs up. Yeah, I got a little bit of a surprise. Not surprised. I shouldn't say surprise because it's not that exciting. But yeah, I try and base everything off the channel really. So yeah, keep a lookout Monday now. Hopefully you see it. Also, the other thing, I'm not saying the other thing. No. Anyway, right. So Lilo's drawing back. I'm gonna go and look at the stream now. Shelly, thank you very much for the 2 subscriptions, not memberships, and Erin, thank you very much for the 3 subscriptions. And well, the thought process of having 5. So I appreciate that. I don't know why YouTube did that, mofos, but it's all good though. Thought that counts. So with that, tomorrow's Friday. So we're back 9 o'clock Central tomorrow for closing arguments. I don't expect much from them, not from what we've seen so far in this trial. And then give me a couple of weeks and we'll start planning a timeline, a timetable for our new trials. And then in between then, we'll do mini stuff like this, like docket stuff and things like. I think that's going to work very well for us. And we'll also get people like Toxic and Suzanne involved because they know a lot about smaller cases as well. And I want to cover some smaller cases, like the one we did with Joel Hollendoffer. So yeah. Right, with that, I'm definitely going now. I'm definitely going. I've said that 3 or 4 times now, but now I'm going because I want to watch something for bed. Right. Thank you, everyone. As always, appreciate you all. Joseph Jorgensen, keep that in mind then. As long as we can get stream for it, we will watch it. So, have a good evening, everyone. Appreciate you all. Thank you for those that are still members. And thank you, Erin and Shelley, as well. Thank you, Sarah, for being mod for the day. As always, excellent job. Are you streaming this straight from the courtroom? No. This is from YouTube, Shelley. This is from YouTube, Shelley. So yeah, Shelley, hopefully you see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern. I'll say we'll watch some of the documentaries as well. So with that, peace out. Thank you very much. Love you all. Take care. Good night. Thank you, Sarah P. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, let's finish with this one then. Good night, Alan. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Shelley and Erin, for the membership. See you all tomorrow. See you all. Thank you, as always, Sarah P. We'll remember each other, Ethan, and then I'm sure someone will get that for you, Shelley. Right, take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Love you all.